Okay. Public is starting to filter in. Ready to go?
Good morning. This is Ed Hamrick, Assistant Attorney General, and I represent the State Board of Land Commissioners. And the board is now back on the record. Today is Wednesday, 2023, and this week has been an executive session to discuss matters that are listed on its agenda for executive session. In particular, the Cagin versus State of Colorado case in San Miguel County District Court, and the 2485 Federal LLC versus State Board of Land Commissioners case. Those cases, the conversations were limited to attorney-client communication as authorized under 24.6.402.3A, 2 and 3 of the Colorado Code. The board also discussed the real property related to internal improvements, trust buildings. No decisions were made or actions taken in executive session.
Yes, go ahead, Chair. I guess I should say on the public record that during the executive session, I disclosed to my colleagues that I had been approached by Ms. Cagin, and I had referred that to the chair because it was a litigation. We got back to her and told her that she was welcome to attend and present to the board during the public session.
And thank you, Ed. With that, as noted for folks joining us, it is the March 8th, 2023 meeting of the Board of State Board of Land Commissioners. We are recently out of public session or in executive session, now in our public session. So with that, we'll turn to our agenda. The first item of business is any public comment not related to something we will be discussing today on the agenda from anyone in the room or online.
So folks listening online, if you'd like to address the board with a comment that's not related to the agenda as published, please use the raise hand feature on your viewer and we'll bring you to the floor so you can address the board. Give it a couple more seconds. Okay, we do have one raised hand. I'm gonna bring that person to panelist status. I'm going to do my best to say your name, Ms. Potasnik. You're in control of your microphone and camera to make your comments.
Good morning. I had a question about the, there was, so a recent bill that was put before the Colorado Senate was to use public land, is to potentially free up public land for affordable housing. Is that something that the Colorado State Land Board would be in charge of? Is it land that is owned by your organization?
Ryan, yeah.
In general, that bill is to facilitate the creation of affordable housing on other state-owned land, but the land board can be a part of that. And in fact, we testified in support of that bill because there is a specific site of ours that we think does lend itself to the development of affordable housing. But we will not be in charge of that program. That's going to be through the governor's public-private partnership office that's housed within the Department of Personnel Administration.
Okay, great. Just one quick thing. If land owned by you guys will be a part of the program, will there be any extra protections put in place to protect prairie dogs?
Honestly, we haven't gotten that far yet. The one piece of land that we're discussing doesn't have a prairie dog problem. So I guess that's all I can tell you at this point. We haven't thought it that far.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Picotek. Any other public comment?
Again, folks online, if you'd like to address the board with a item that's not on the agenda, please use the raise hand feature. And I'm not seeing any additional hands, Commissioner.
As well, so we'll move on. Director Ryan with announcements.
I'm actually going to call on Commissioner Chavez to report out his, he represented us all well at the Water Congress.
Yeah, no, it was the end of January and we have talked about it before about other, I think in the future also. It's just such a great event, but it was certainly a well-attended, sold-out event in Aurora. As you all would imagine, any, the city municipalities, the governor was there, Attorney General spoke also. It was just well-attended. I'm just trying to think and I did do a written report and I had sent it to Director Ryan, which I can forward to y'all if at some point.
And Commissioner Sharp, can you maybe remind us of the public here, just kind of the scope of the Water Congress?
It's in Water Congress. It's just gosh, I think it's been going on, sponsored really by themselves, Colorado Water Conservation Board. I don't know, it's been going on for 30, Vanessa, you would know, 30, 40 years, Water Congress. Yeah, but it's a long time, but it was created to bring agricultural interests together, city interests together, politicians, how do we work together in the state and how do we manage our water resources? And it's been interesting as we see, I don't want to change the subject, but as we see issues along the Colorado River, the Lake Powell, Lake Mead, none of these other states had any other mechanisms to talk. I mean, Colorado does, we get together every year, we address issues. Arizona, nothing. California, nothing. I mean, California's barely even getting into groundwater in the last couple of years about actually monitoring, measuring. They're way behind, decades behind what Colorado's doing on the collaboration. And again, just getting together and talking. But again, well attended. One of the most interesting things about there are the events, the general sessions, lots of breakout sessions. But most of the action takes, there's tons of empty rooms and they're just full constantly with private meetings going on. And I was involved in a couple of them with Colorado Springs Utilities and Aurora. And again, my interest was, again, how does agriculture in these cities cooperate? How do we preserve our rural communities? Those two cities have a history of buying up massive tracts of agricultural land, drying or taking the water off that land, and now it's in essence Dust Bowl in the Arkansas Valley and other places around the West. But how do we get together? And that was specifically or tied to our new Justin's work as our water specialist. How do we, find value with our water assets? How can we help these cities? How do we keep agricultural or rural communities thriving? So it's very fruitful. Ways to do that. Aurora has made some offer, the city of Aurora, to lease water out of the Highline Canal, which is in Otero, mostly in Otero County. It was voted down by the shareholders of that irrigation ditch company, and we do own land there, 122 shares out of 2,200. I think Landward owns 1% of that ditch now. And again, talking about that, what was wrong with that plan? How do we move beyond that and get participation? Because long-term, I think we all would agree, Colorado is growing. There was a great presentation by the state demographer. Fascinating, really, fascinating. But the fact is the state's growing. There's no more water. Personally, I can't imagine any diversions from the west slope over here anymore anyways. And so they're going to come after agricultural land. So how do we work together? So again, well-attended event. Thank you for paying Landward for paying my admittance fee to the conference.
Thanks for representing.
It was fantastic. So I would encourage next year, maybe get a group together. Thanks.
Mr. V, there's a Colorado water plan and there was this, I guess, goal to implement it, but what's happening?
The water plan was, it's every 5 years they redo it, and it was reintroduced at Water Congress this in January, the 5 year, I could get my numbers wrong, but it was the 5 year plan. I think that the governor was pretty proud of that, his work or his team's work. I think one of the most, another about the water plan is with Director Mitchell of Colorado Water Conservation Board, her moving to a new department or a new group that's just specifically management of the Colorado River. So they'll be looking at Colorado Water Conservation. We'll get a new person, and Becky will have, this Director Mitchell will have a staff of 10, I think, that's just issues. How do we protect our water rights here in Colorado?
So who negotiates when we deal in the larger region? I mean, is that represented by the governor, or who does that?
I mean, the governor certainly chooses. In the case of the Colorado River, every state, there are 7 states, 4 upper, 3 lower. Each state has a representative. Director Mitchell is Colorado's,
Is the representative.
is our representative. She has the authority, I mean, with the governor to negotiate those issues. And there's been a lot of action, believe me. It's for whatever it's worth, all 6 states out of the 7 agreed on a plan, just stabilize, help save Lake Mead, Lake Powell, through accounting for evaporation, system loss. California said no, and we'll see what happens from there. But it's a lot of work has been done.
The federal timeline was set and now it's been extended, is that right?
Yeah, I think it is extended. That'd be like I mean, I'm not certainly an expert on compact issues, but the federal government really doesn't have a say. I mean, they have a say, but it's a compact. It was an agreement that was done in 1922, and the states have to agree. And that's what Reclamation has kept saying. Come up with a plan, or we're going to force something on you. Whether that happens, who knows? But at least 6 of the 7 are in agreement, and that's a good thing. California's just saying, yeah, we're senior, hell with the rest of you. You guys all get cut back. We're not going to.
And I guess my next question is, did they discuss Nebraska's efforts in terms of?
I think, Attorney General Weiser, he spoke about that and some of those issues, and they're preparing, have a group that's managing that and ready to fight for us. Yeah, so he spoke about that. But yeah, no, interesting times, certainly on the Colorado River, which affects all of us. Everybody here in Colorado takes, particularly the Front Range, takes water from the Colorado River Basin. And, but it's just so much complexity with our tribal rights. And just so much, I mean, I've learned a lot over the last few years, or last 6 months, going to tons of meetings, listening in. And I mentioned to Director Ryan on a funny note that as a lower basin water user, I don't think anybody knew that there. They would have probably thrown me out of Water Congress if they knew there was a traitor or a potential traitor in the midst. Yeah. So not many people knew, so it was good for me.
Thank you for going.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Do you have any other announcements? Or that was
Sorry, I know, that was it.
That was it. Okay. All right. I do see Vanessa. Want to come forward and give the DNR report for our meeting? Welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners and Director. In our department, we have lots of activity. I was just taking notes, trying to capture developments in the last 12 hours. But there's quite a lot of movement, just in our on the legislative session and on our budgets. I will start with our Executive Director's Office. Budget updates. We had our figure setting hearing yesterday with the Joint Budget Committee. There were a couple of adjustments requested, so we are working to respond to those. Our budget targets are expected to be released within the next 2 weeks. Would be the detailed instruction expected by the end of the month. And likely to create. Our accounting office is really staffed up. We've had some shortages both on each side and those the finance team and we are now staffing to address really a backlog, extraordinary backlog. Some of it related to the distribution of federal funds. That's something that's essentially affecting a lot of our divisions. We've had to staff up to grants and contracts to staff up within the divisions. A lot of it's a good problem to have, but during the first rather than maybe challenges of our efforts and our advocacy. Let's see, just as an example, I didn't know this, but I didn't realize that our planning managers 50 of the amount of work. I'm glad it's not me. On the staffing side, division directors, division directors are reviewing a new regarding next in terms of our wildfire swap work, the organizational assessment of Colorado's wildfire programs as directed by SB 21258 was just launched. It's funded by state stimulus dollars, and the assessment will help determine the most effective and efficient structure for our wildfire programs across all agencies. Really quite an exciting and intensive endeavor. State legislative updates recently signed by the governors were the DNR supplemental and one-time post-swap funding. So to increase funding to one-time post-swap funding for our to expand our post-swap program. And then a bill to make the Water Resources and Agricultural Review Committee a year-round committee rather than a seasonal committee that was also approved. We are working on also quite a lot of others. Another priority bill for us is by our Division of Water Resources is our well information collection modernization bill. That one was passed by both Senate and House Ag and was placed on the consent calendar. We are tracking and involved in quite a number of other bills. You mentioned earlier the State Affordable Housing Public-Private Partnership Bill, which was heard in Water Resources and Ag, and I believe is waiting for appropriations committee review. Is that right, Bill? Okay. I want to make sure that that's my info is up to date on that. There are quite a lot of bills dealing with firearms restrictions. So we've seen an interest in the legislature in just developing some, excuse me, a little bit, developing some constraints on purchase of firearms, including, sorry, I don't know what's going on, including a minimum age adjustment from 18 to 21, and also granting an extended waiting period for delivery. And then signed by the governor was a bill granting county authority to ban firearms discharge in certain parts of counties. DNR worked on that one. Our amendments were secured, and that so some exemptions as well. Let's see, moving down the line. Also, there are quite a lot of wildfire bills, as you can imagine. One to establish a wildfire resiliency code board. That one was in lieu of a bill that was coming forward in lieu of a bill that was working on specific code restrictions. Oh my gosh, thank you. I really need it. I don't know why I'm so perch. Also a bill to adjust the distribution of Colorado wild funding to governments. I think I mentioned this one to you last week. We knew it was in development last month. We knew it was in development. We had some amendments that I think are making a way through. Essentially, I think what will end up happening with this one, if it moves through as introduced or as amended, is that local governments would be able to charge a surcharge to a state parks visitation, but that the initial proposal to distribute some of the Colorado Wild Pass funding to local governments is something that was felt needed quite a bit more. We are also doing stakeholding on our draft Colorado River legislation and stream restoration priority bills. State Land Board has also had a window into the latter. One regarding water use in oil and gas, and then the governor's land use package. Also in development, quite a lot on the greenhouse gas emissions side. The legislature is considering new targets for greenhouse gas emissions reductions and carbon management, GHG emissions reporting. COGCC is going to be potentially affected by quite a lot of these. We've had quite a lot of input into those. I think that that's kind of it on the state side. Moving on to federal, well, not legislation related directly at this point, but we're working with the governor's office to finalize DNR's congressional appropriations requests and earmarks, congressionally directed spending requests. We don't have very many coming from DNR. We're really trying to prioritize this year. The governor's asked us to align with his current priorities related to housing and economic development and renewables and climate reduction. We have one potential earmark that we're probably going to be supporting, which is a project on the Colorado River to replace the headgate diversion for the Highline Canal, which is above the Grand Valley. That's a really, so if you guys have driven down I-70, you've seen that kind of rolling. This is a 120-year-old infrastructure that's really and hydropower production as well, and then also create some habitat for endangered species. Exciting. Also working with our delegation, just working with them and collaborating with them, or providing input rather. Some public lands legislation, wildfire legislation. We are going to be introducing with the rest of the with the upper state Colorado River Basin partners. We're working with our delegation members, Senator Hickenlooper and hopefully Representative or Congressman Goose, to introduce legislation, an extended authorization for the Upper Colorado Recovery Implementation Program, which is our endangered species program. Extremely important for Colorado River users and for our wildlife efforts, of course. Let's see. Oh, I think I missed one thing on the EBO side, on the executive director's side. Erin Ray, who's here today with us, our new assistant director of energy innovation, is DNR's liaison for an effort being led by CEO to revise the state's greenhouse gas pollution reduction roadmap. That's such a mouthful, and I trip on it every time. Last updated in 2021, so it's updated every 2 years. The roadmap will continue to new agency actions to meet the state's greenhouse gas reductions targets. And we have also worked with several of our divisions on feeding into that process as well. In terms of the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, there's a new 2022 cumulative impacts report was just released as per Senate Bill 181. And let's see, I thought that was related and I missed my notes. 47 oil and gas development plans were produced this past year, which is very exciting. This is highlighted in the bill or in the report. And what that means is essentially that the staff has been working to create these kind of master plans for large scale projects, and that will enable quite a lot of data to be directed into the cumulative impacts data evaluation repository, or CIDR, regarding air emissions and water use data. So that's great stuff. That's been a huge effort by staff. The cumulative impacts stakeholder outreach, rulemaking outreach continues. COGCC has convened a series of virtual stakeholder outreach meetings to inform potential future action to address cumulative impacts. The commission will consider next steps for that this spring, and then also just recently issued notice for their high priority habitat rulemaking on June 14th to be initiated. And then finally, one note for OGCC that you may have heard in the news, they issued a cease and desist order for operator KPK after several violations, and then that operator has now filed a civil complaint in district court seeking an independent review of the commission's decision there, and also monetary judgment. On the Division of Parks and Wildlife, the director search continues. We are currently engaged in stakeholder and commission interviews, so exciting. Hoping to have a director in place by May or June. So a little bit earlier, I think, than I reported last time, that maybe it might be June or July. We're looking like that we're fast tracking the decision, I hope. Continued ongoing activity regarding stakeholder engagement on our wolf reintroduction plan. And you may have heard also there's been some ongoing activity regarding the wolves that I reported out on last time. One of the wolves lost a collar and then they found it again and then collared it again. And so we're continuing to track. This is the pack that, or rather, yeah, part of the pack that had come over from Wyoming. So not directly part of our wolf reintroduction plan. And let's see, I think, exciting stuff, CBW completed a multi-year transaction in San Luis Valley to acquire New Edge Shaw Reservoir for the benefit of anglers and wildlife. And also one of my favorite points, the Monte Vista Crane Festival has returned after a COVID-19 hiatus. And I don't know if you guys have attended that before, but it's quite an extraordinary event. We're also working with the county to call our band, I guess, some of those cranes. So it's pretty exciting stuff. That's quite an amazing migration event. CWCB and DWR, the upper, just speaking to the conversation just now regarding the commission, the Upper Colorado and San Juan Recovery Implementation Program partners, as I mentioned, finalized this deal to, or rather, finalized a proposal and reauthorization agreement. So we're going to be working with that. We're going to be working on moving that ahead. Let's see. Moving on. I think that's one more note, just real quick. On the Division of Reclamation and Mine Safety, Allegiance Coal, one of the which is the parent company to Newell Coal Holdings, which operates in the North Fork of the Gunnison, that area and the Paonia area. It's an Australian owner of the New Elk Mine. Oh, sorry, no, that's wrong. The New York Mine is the one that's I always mess them up. New Elk Mine near Trinidad. So scratch what I just said. Just recently filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, which affects 97 employees, and the division hasn't received anything yet official from New Elk. But they believe that the bond is sufficient to cover, any costs associated with reclamation, their liability obligations and reclamation. I think I'm going to leave it at that unless there are questions. Oh, I think I didn't mention anything related to the ongoing federal land use planning, but there are, I guess that it's sort of just ongoing activity on that front. We're engaged in quite a lot of federal planning decisions. We expect one that is maybe new since last month is that we expect that the Grand Mesa, Uncompahgre, and Gunnison National Forest final plan is anticipated within the next couple of weeks. So that's something that we'll be reviewing as well.
So you have nothing going on.
It's very lazy days over there. Oh, one other thing, sorry, we are starting to sift through applications for our tribal liaison for the executive director's office that also didn't make it to notes, but it's recent development.
I just had a question, and maybe the answer is at a later time, a month from now, 2 months, but I just keep hearing there's an effort by DNR, or Colorado Water Conservation Board, through their actions to improve or strengthen in-stream flow rights, decreed rights at the expense to weaken prior appropriation.
So are you referring to the legislation?
Yeah, any of that.
That's an interesting question. I don't think that there's anything we are working on a stream restoration bill, as I mentioned, and that may be what you're referring to. It does affect, essentially what it does is it affects the ability to exempt or to rather streamline stream restoration efforts and exempt them from having to go through the entire water courts water use revision process. So that is definitely something I'm happy to engage with you on separately.
It's just a perception issue, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
CWCB is, and I've been to those meetings where they'll talk about stream, and this is a few years ago.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, let's just give 3/10 of a CFS to this creek, just out of thin air.
Oh, yeah, I'm not familiar
But
with
it's-
that. I don't know that
Yeah,
that's
it's, maybe it's more of
so
a
much.
perception, and there's fear and certainly in the water users, the agricultural water users, to weaken prior appropriation.
I think that's really important observation, Commissioner Chavez. I'll definitely take that back. I think that as far as the stream restoration bill goes, they're doing, quite a lot of deep stakeholding on that with both the ag community and also other interests. And so that's something that I think they're very sensitive to. They really want to make sure that these voluntary stream restoration efforts are able to move ahead. There's, quite an urgent effort to ensure that we can conserve water and also, rehabilitate streams without, having to affect or go through, multi-year processes in the water court. So that's definitely, and that may be what you're talking about, but as far as the in-stream flow program, I think it's good feedback, and I think, they'd be more than happy to engage with you on that if that's something that you think is worth discussing with them.
I just have one quick question, Commissioner Clark, comment, which is just in hearing about all of the legislation and things, just made me think about, we talk about these policies that are being considered, and then when they're implemented, and especially when they're good things, it's exciting to see when that connection is being made. And I, for one, am one member of the state who didn't know about the Colorado State Park pass until I was hearing these types of reports in these meetings, and I was really looking forward to that. I actually just renewed my vehicle registration last week, and while my bank account never enjoys that time of the year on a regular basis, I was really excited to get to opt in to this pass, and really am excited to take advantage of that and really explore more of our state in a way that I haven't done ever. And so just grateful for the work that was done there, and just it's just kind of an enjoyable thing to be like, oh, this is real now. So
Appreciate that. And I didn't report out, but I believe that the Keep Colorado Wild Pass uptake in terms of vehicle registrations or eligible registrations is tracking around 31%. And as I've reported previously, we did request $2 million in the upcoming FY24 budget or rather the 23 budget. I think it was finalized for the 23 budget for promotion and public outreach related to the pass. It's really important to get the word out. So, sorry, I keep coming up with new things, but also our pollinator study launched, and so that's something that I think that some of the state vendors have. Anything else? Any other questions? There's so many.
Thank you, appreciate it, Joyce. Okay, we are going to move forward. Are we good to keep going? Please through this part and this one, and we'll take a quick break. Okay, David. And the Excel Color Pathway Project, which you heard about first, or at least I did out when we were touring maybe last summer, the summer before out east. And it's great to learn more about today. So thank you.
Absolutely. David Rosenberg, right-of-way manager and manager of the State Land Board's Renewable Energy Agency program. As Commissioner Scanlon mentioned, this is reference, it's an information item for the Color Pathway Project. No decision today, it's just an information item. And it's in regards to a 345 kV transmission line that will connect the Eastern Plains with the Front Range. And this is important to the State Land Board for a couple of reasons. One of which, the obvious one, is regarding the encumbrances, rights of ways of the transmission line through our land. There's 6 segments to the project, and the board approved 2 segments of it at their January board meeting. And that was the least impactful 2 segments. The other segments that you'll see proposed before you in the coming months are significantly more impactful. But of course, with that, the board will see a significant revenue from the consideration payments for those rights of ways. The other key thing is the benefit for the potential renewable energy projects on the Eastern Plains. For the State Land Board, I've already executed several planning leases that are reliant on that project being built. And I've had quite a bit of interest in the hopper for more projects, more planning leases. With that said, Amber Ditas, the sites and land project manager, is here to give you a presentation in detail to the project, and then we'll be here for any questions that you may have afterwards.
Welcome.
So remind me, I click here.
Either
or-
mouse or
Okay.
keyboard. It might take a couple to wake it up.
All right, good morning, commissioners. My name is Amber Detus. I'm manager in our siting and land rights group at Excel Energy in our transmission organization, supporting our transmission lines 69 kV and above, and all of our energy supply assets, so our wind farms, our gas plants, hydro facilities. I realized I forgot to put the date on the slide, so apologies. That's March, gosh, is it the 8th? And this is a presentation, just a high-level overview of our Colorado's Power Pathway project. Let's see here. Oh gosh, I went too far. Okay, here we go. So Colorado's Power Pathway project is a $1.7 to $2 billion investment that we are making, Xcel Energy is making in our bulk transmission system across the state. So that consists of a new double circuit 345 kV line, which 345 kV lines are the largest that we operate in the state. We consider 345 kV our backbone system. So it's sort of, if you think of the transmission system like we think of our interstates, it's like I-70 or I-25. It's the major sort of artery that feeds power around the state. When you look at this map, this is an overview of the 6 different segments that David mentioned that make up the entire project. And if you were to zoom out just a little bit, you'd see that this project really does cover most of the eastern half of the state. We are looking at building between 550 and roughly 600 miles of new transmission line with 3 brand new substations and expanding 4 existing substations. So when you kind of look at this map, and I know it's a little bit funky to see, but what this creates is a giant loop around the eastern plains of the state. When we talk about bulk transmission system, or what we call our backbone system, we want to create a loop configuration, and that's for reliability reasons, and it allows us to move energy in different directions. So the size of this project is also important because we may have wind blowing really well on the eastern plains on a given day, but there's no sunshine down in Pueblo or the San Luis Valley. So a system this large allows us to move those renewable energy assets around the state where they are producing on a given day. I said it's a loop. You don't see the connection on that far western side, but we have massive transmission lines, as you guys know, sort of in and around the Denver area that move energy just around our Denver metro area. So it also includes an optional, what we're calling segment 6, which is an optional radial line down into Baca County that would connect sort of north, well, quite a bit north of Lamar at the new May Valley substation, which we just closed on last week. So we just took ownership of 100 acres for a new substation that will allow for interconnections there. But also, if we do build this optional extension, it will interconnect at May Valley. We will know if we are building the optional extension, if you will, probably in June. It's largely based on the energy resource plan that we have. I'll get into that in just a little bit. So maybe kind of put that to the side for just a second. I'll finish up this and then I'll talk a little bit about our energy resource plan. So 60 miles is optional. We still don't know if it's going to get built yet, but we will in the next few months. The first 2 segments of the project, which are what we refer to as segment 2 and 3 that David talked about he came before you in January for approval of those. Those are slated to start construction in a couple months. We will be breaking ground in May. It's anticipated that construction will go through 2024, and we're hoping to energize those 2 segments mid-2025. We have some existing infrastructure in place out at the Goose Creek substation, which you can kind of see over here. We actually have our Cheyenne Ridge Wind Farm here, which we have some leases with you all for that wind facility. We have an existing line that kind of comes back up through near Lyman and then enters back here into this Harvest Mile substation just on the east side of Aurora. So we are able to energize segments 2 and 3 with that existing line in place, and then existing lines that we have from our Pawnee generating station up here near Fort Morgan that come down into the Denver metro area. So bringing these 2 segments online in 2025 will allow us to also take in additional renewable energy in early 2025. We designed the project that way so that we could take advantage of production tax credits, which have since been extended. But at the time of the project's origination, in late 2020, that was not the case. So we wanted to make sure we got those segments in first. The remaining segments, which is segment 1 up here mostly in Weldon, Morgan County, that will start construction in 2024 with being energized in 2026. And then the final 2 segments, which we call segments 5 and segment 4, these 2 here, those will start construction in 2025 and will be energized in 2027. I've got a table later in the slides that kind of show by the numbers what this means on state lands. Let's see, next slide. So this will show you a little bit more about, why we're building what we call the Pathway Project as it relates to our Energy Resource Plan, or our ERP. So this is a frequently seen map. This is basically our transmission facilities in the state of Colorado. This is not only Xcel Energy, this will include WAPA and Tri-State. There might even be some Colorado Springs utilities lines on here as well. But what it's showing is what we originally, the concept of Pathway was, building the lines within these large corridors out here on the Eastern Plains to bring, a transmission backbone into an area of the state that has very rich renewable resources. We know we've got lots of wind out there. We know we've got great solar resources down in the southern and even the southeast part of the state. So this shows a little bit about how the power will sort of get into these energy resource zones, or ERZs. I'll talk a little bit about our energy resource plan. So simultaneously, we've got Pathway going on here. We also filed, I think it was last year, our energy resource plan with the State Public Utilities Commission. And that basically puts forward our plan to add more generation on the system, reduce our carbon output. So we're sort of switching our generation fleet from the thermal units that were the past to the green units that are the future, in meeting the state's goals of 80% reduction in carbon by 2030. The company also has an even larger goal to go 100% carbon free by 2050. So part of that energy resource plan is the addition of 5,500 megawatts of new generation that's needed on the system. That's to account for retiring coal facilities. It's to account for our growing load or energy need in the Denver metro area and the other parts of the state that we serve. So over the next 5 years, that's what we see on the horizon, is needing to acquire as far as energy resources. We just closed the bid period. So all of the projects that wanted to bid into our energy resource plan, they submitted those on March 1st. And we're going through this really big process now with an independent evaluator and going through all these bids. And we will probably, I don't know what the number is right now, but the last time we did our energy resource plan, we got over 400 projects to look at. My guess, and I need to confirm with my colleagues up in our resource department, my guess is we're going to be closer to 1,000. Looking at all these projects, and we'll be studying them. We'll be, looking at their viability on the grid, modeling, what does energy injection here do to the grid over here? And basically over the next 4 months, we will basically form what we call the 120-day report, which is a really boring term for the report. And it's essentially a report that we will file with the Public Utilities Commission in June that says, okay, we've studied all these projects. These are the projects that, are the best value for our customers, and also, the best value for the grid, and sort of keeping everything in harmony, if you will. So that will come out in June, and what that will include is a portfolio of projects that we want to move forward with, and that the Public Utilities Commission will ultimately approve each of those. So that will, with Pathway, in years past, we let those bids come in and then we figured out where we needed to build the transmission. Pathway is a little different because we knew we needed a backbone system in an area of the state to make these projects more viable. We also wanted to prevent, all of these, independent power producers from building these wind farms and solar farms in these very rural areas and then building a ton of lines back to the Denver metro area, kind of spider webbing the landscape. So with Pathway, it was sort of this idea of if you build it, they will come, right? Field of dreams concept. So we have built probably the nicest extension cord in a loop configuration that a lot of these generators are now going to get to interconnect into. And it will be under our open access transmission tariff, meaning that anybody can interconnect. They have to go through the interconnection process and get studied, but it will be what we call a network facility, meaning it's open to all producers. So that is our sort of the energy resource plan and how the two tie together. I'll talk a little bit about our siting process, which began really in the beginning of 2021. So what we were given in siting and land rights was this concept of a project, right? 6 segments, you got to interconnect at these key locations, ready, set, go. And what we did is we identified 20-mile wide corridors that got us from basically point A to point B. So substation, canal crossing down to Goose Creek, which weren't named that at the time. We go through a pretty rigorous naming process, believe it or not, to name our substations. And then within those corridors, we collected a ton of data. We're looking at what's the land use? Do we have threatened and endangered species habitat? Do we have major waterways? Do we have other infrastructure that it makes sense to parallel? Is there an existing transmission line? We look at engineering considerations from a cost perspective. We also have challenges when transmission lines get too long between substations. There's performance issues. So we were challenged with creating segments of the project that weren't too long so that we weren't seeing performance issues amongst the different segments of the project. So this diagram kind of shows how all of these, what we call siting criteria, funnel into, basically this massive area, meaning these 20-mile wide corridors. And then within that, we start identifying feasible links, and it's not end-to-end links. We draw little lines here and there that, it might make sense to put the transmission line here, or this avoids crossing the Arkansas River at the widest point, which is very, very challenging from an engineering standpoint. And then we go out and do a ton of public outreach. So we held 42 open houses over the course of a year. These were in-person events where we invited everybody within the 20-mile wide corridor to come and talk to us about things that we didn't see through either our mapping or our site visits. Do you have a well on the property that we need to know about? Is this structure actually habited, or is it inhabited, or is it vacant? And we can look at that as not sort of a constraint. So we gathered all of that input, and then we published our preferred routes really this time last year for the majority of the projects, really those eastern parts that are going to go first. So we now have we've entered and we've completed our permitting phase for those first 2 segments 2 and 3, based on the preferred route that we had identified. This is a little bit about the project by the numbers, and I know there's a lot on here. I think the major takeaways is Pathway is really directly tied to our state goals for carbon reduction. But it also has the added benefit of creating a more reliable backbone system for the grid in general. We've got 7 of our land use permits have been approved in 5 counties. So that makes up more than 300 miles of the roughly, think of it as 550 miles at this point. So we're, definitely halfway there. The most difficult segments are ahead. We know that, so we're full focus on segments 4, 5, and 1, where we get a little bit closer to the more populated areas. Routing is more challenging. Threading the needle, finding the spot that makes sense for those communities. A little bit about the transmission line itself. So 345 kV, a double circuit line means you're going to see 8 wires. 6 of those are the actual conductors carrying the energy, with 2 shield wire on top for lightning protection and bird deterrent. So they're roughly 105 to 140 feet tall. The spans are about 950 up to 1,100 feet in some cases. The structures can get a little bit taller if we're going over something like I-70 or another power line. So it does vary. And the color of the steel will be what we call weathering steel, which is kind of that rust brownish color, similar to our Rush Creek and Cheyenne Ridge lines that go out to our 2 wind farms. This slide is probably the most important. What this is showing, that if we look at the map on the right, that's actually our preferred route for all 6 segments, and it has been made public. We have completed permitting for this basically from Pawnee, well, I should say, basically from this Morgan County, Weld County line, all the way down through Kiowa County. So all of this permitting has been complete. We are nearly finished with acquiring the right of way for segments 2 and 3. And like I said, we'll break ground in May. What you all approved in January is segments 2 and 3. So those values are here for the right of way grant rent that is due. We're anticipating for segment 1 that we cross 13 miles of state land. We're targeting submitting that right of way grant application this summer, along with segment 4 here, which is approximately 23 miles. Segment 5 will probably be the last one to be submitted. That one will come later this year. This is segment 5 from Harvest Mile to Tundra. This is really the last segment that will likely be energized on the whole project. And it is one of our most challenging from a public outreach perspective. So if you look at all of these numbers combined, we're looking at approximately $6.3 million in rent payments due to the state land board under all 6 of these grants, with approximately 63 miles routed on state land. Now, one thing I didn't mention on a previous slide that I think is important, we reached out to David in, I think it was the summer of 2021. What we did is we identified key stakeholders in all areas. We talked to CPW, we talked to Sand Creek National Historic Site, we talked to the State Land Board and a bunch of other agencies throughout the area. And, having worked with David in the past, we understood that keeping any proposed right of way to the perimeter of the property, not traversing it at a kind of an awkward angle or cutting straight through, so that, you can maintain, more use of the balance of the property. So we took that into consideration very early on in our routing process, as well as looking at lesser prairie chicken habitat as well. That was, we are dealing with lesser prairie chicken habitat primarily in Kiowa County in this part of the state here. We've initiated a habitat conservation plan. We're working with Fish and Wildlife through that, since it has been listed, and all of that is kind of working through the process there. So I guess really wanted to let you guys know we did start outreach early to get thoughts from David. We had a lot of conversations about this area here. You guys have a lot of state holdings, and we looked at opportunities to avoid traversing the stewardship trust property. Thank you. And under take into consideration those environmental aspects. Yes.
I have a question, and maybe more for David, but it helps put this in context for me. When David was introducing this, he said segments that are most impactful are coming up, and that, to me, that mean 3 different things. I guess I'll address it, David. To me, impactful because from a revenue standpoint, we're getting significant revenue, impactful from an environmental or impact to our lands standpoint, or impactful from an opportunity standpoint. I think this creates opportunities to develop theories, renewable energy projects and stage. I don't know what you meant.
I meant probably the last two things you said, the encumbrance on the property from a right of way perspective, and then the opportunity, that's the opportunity, but the revenue that we'll receive. Those were the two main points that I meant when I said impact.
And then this last slide, I kind of already talked about this, but it's a little bit more about our timeline. Everything's sort of being staggered. We've grouped the projects, not that we have enough, grouping and segments. Now we've grouped the segments, right? So we have 3 groups, and they will start construction, like I said, this May, and then the next group will go the following summer and the following summer, so that we can energize this massive project as we go. This is the largest transmission project Xcel Energy has ever done in all of our operating companies. So that includes Minnesota, Wisconsin, New Mexico, and Texas, and a little bit of the Dakotas. So from a company perspective, this is pretty significant. We're excited to see that we're going to have this infrastructure in place for these generators to come and interconnect to. So that will reduce their cost to interconnect, which is then that's reduced cost that gets passed down to our customers in the bills. And I think the real big takeaway is we're making these investments in our infrastructure now that will bring on green energy, that insulate our customers from volatility of fuel costs and other commodity pricing in the future. So steel for fuel is the thing we used to talk about, right? Wind turbines instead of natural gas. So we're making these investments now to sort of make that transition by 2030, and then again 2050. And I think that's all I've got. So happy to answer any questions.
How many substations will there be in the whole project?
Let me go back to the map. Well, let me go to this one. So we have some existing substations. It's a little hard to tell on this map here, but the purple substations, the purple labels, I should say, are brand new substations. So Canal Crossing is brand new, but it's right next to our existing Pawnee power plant, which is a natural gas power plant up near Fort Morgan. We are building Goose Creek, which is we just closed on the 90 acres of property for this substation. That substation we're building directly adjacent to our Cheyenne Ridge line. So we're going to bring that line in and out of the substation too. And then May Valley is the 3rd new substation here. And if we do build this, what we call the Longhorn extension, which we'll know in June, if there's enough projects, we anticipate seeing a lot of wind development down here. It's great for wind. The community is hungry for wind. They've never had they've never had a transmission line even come close. So the viability of harvesting their wind it just hasn't been feasible from an economic standpoint, because to build a massive line back up to Pueblo sort of killed the economics of those wind projects. So now we're hoping to see some good generation here. And if that's the case, we will build the Longhorn substation, which will be located in this area here. So 4 brand new substations, but we will be expanding our existing Tundra substation, which is here in Pueblo. Harvest Mile is an existing substation up in Aurora. There'll be a little bit of work. And then Fort St. Vrain, we have a power plant there. So we're just expanding a little bit at Fort St. Vrain. So 4 new substations.
Yeah. This is Commissioner Chavez, and I'm known to typically ask the dumbest questions. And I'm usually on a tractor, but tell me a little bit about Xcel Energy. How does that even happen in private business? So you talk to the state and they say, oh, let's work on this together, or and just more general kind of. So
we're a regulated utility in the state. Us and Black Hills were the 2. Everything we do is regulated by the Public Utilities Commission, which is that commission's appointed by our governor. Every year not every year, every 4 years, we bring forward our energy plan, right? Okay, commission, this is what we need. You know, we're retiring coal units down at Comanche and Pueblo. In order to do that, we've got to replace it with generation here. And oh, by the way, we need to meet the state goals for renewables. So and I don't know if I'm answering your question, but we're very regulated by our regulators. So everything we do is very sort of scheduled, right? We do these reports frequently. Every project that we want to build. So our transmission planners developed this project and said, look, this is what we need from a reliability and a clean energy perspective. We brought this project to the commission. I believe we filed in March of 2021. And we got approval in March of 2022. So the commission actually got to approve this project, as they do all of our major projects above 230 kV and that have some other triggers. So the commission felt that this project was necessary to meet the state renewable goals and allowing that generation to come into the system. So we develop plans from a transmission planning perspective. You know, we're not just looking at the green energy component, if you will. We're looking at the reliability component. We have a major project that's underway really in the heart of Denver right now. The system was experiencing issues that we had a bottleneck. Think of it as a bottleneck on the grid, right? More energy needs to flow through this one point. Otherwise we have cascading issues all over. So we went to the commission and said, okay, we need to upgrade the voltage on this line to alleviate that bottleneck. So they then approve that project. So we're bringing forward projects that, are meeting the state's renewable energy goals. They're also looking at wildfire mitigation. So rebuilding some of the assets that we have in areas that are prone to wildfire. Just aging assets that a lot of the grid is aged, right? I think we've seen that all over the country. It's time to start making big investments in our electric infrastructure because we just haven't for many years. And then to meet the growing demand for electricity in our service territory. So I don't know if that answered your question. I think it did, maybe not.
I'm relatively new to the state and
Yeah,
from California, PG&E has their aging infrastructure, which is,
yeah,
you don't know what happened.
yes, yes. So we're very focused on that, as you can imagine. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Timber. I've got a couple of Commissioner Probe here, a couple of questions. First is, to what extent does the Power Pathway or indeed the Energy Resource Plan allow Xcel to connect to the larger national grid and sell energy back and forth? And
That's a great question. This line is built for our in-state needs. However, there is legislation that was passed that requires Xcel join a regional transmission operator, or what we call an RTO, by 2030. So what that means is that, and I'm not on that side of the house, but I know enough to at least give an overview. The idea behind it is when you commingle a lot of utilities together and all of our infrastructure together, you get better performance. If like I think I was telling some folks as we were waiting, we had major icing yesterday on the wind turbine blades at Rush Creek and Cheyenne Ridge. That's 2 wind farms that we have near Lyman and then one out in Burlington. So those farms immediately came off, right? They came offline, and then we all saw it was very cloudy yesterday. The sun wasn't shining, we had fog, so our solar facilities weren't operating. On a day like that, it would allow us to say pull power from maybe Texas or New Mexico, or parts of even as far as the Northwest. We're looking at, do we join a market that's west of us? Do we join a market that's northeast of us or southeast of us? So all of that's being worked out right now. That will force us to join this larger operator, just like California, right? You've got the California ISO, Independent System Operators. So did that answer your question?
Is that federal or state legislation? Sorry.
It's state.
State.
And then from an environmental perspective, I'm imagining that there's the environmental assessments and considerations for laying out, in this case, the Power Pathway, likely also around each and every substation project. And then also around each and every
individual project that is developed by a generator, right?
Yeah, so I can speak to Power Pathway. We do not, if I look at this project 6 months ago, we did not have what's called a federal nexus, meaning there was not a federal agency that had to approve the project. Unlike all of our projects in the mountains, we're going over a lot of BLM land, Forest Service land, Bureau of Reclamation land. We do full-blown NEPA environmental assessments on all of those. We do not hit federal land on this project. That was not by design. That was just because there's very little federal land on the eastern half of the state. We're not afraid of the federal process. We're very used to it. However, with the listing of the Lesser Prairie Chicken, let me back up. As a matter of practice, we do cultural, wetland, migratory or raptor surveys, all of the endangered, listed or endangered species. We consult with CPW on all of the routing, so they weigh in. And they say, yeah, we like this one way more than this one because you've got swift fox here, maybe not here. So that's done very early. We do pedestrian surveys for all of those natural and cultural resources. And then before construction, we go in again. And if we have, say, active nesting, we leave that area untouched until the nests have fledged and we've got monitors and everything. So even though, and we work with CPW under those guidelines and what they provide to us. Now bring in Lesser Prairie Chicken. So now that that's listed, we have a federal component on this project. And so that's where we're working through the Habitat Conservation Plan. As part of that, we'll be consulting with the State Historic Preservation Office, which we've already been doing. Now it will just be under the guise of the Lesser Prairie Chicken and what's required for that listing. So yes, and then as far as the substation sites, like I said, everything gets surveys, pre-construction surveys, and even on our generating facilities, like the wind farms, we do some post-construction monitoring as well for mortalities and things like that. We have a large environmental group that handles a lot of that stuff.
Is there storage built into this? And what's that look like? It looks like it's more designed to move energy. than store
It
it.
is, yeah, and when we think about the transmission system only moves it, right? And the energy flows where it's being consumed. There is not storage built in on a transmission system. There's no equipment in a substation or on a transmission line that can actually store energy. If somebody figures that out, they're going to make the world, right? However, these generators that are going to propose to interconnect will propose storage facilities at their generating facility. So we commonly see a solar facility with a battery right next to it. The battery allows us to go into those peak evening hours of energy usage when the sun has gone down. Then we can drain those batteries and use them for that peak load, what we call. And then the next day they get charged up again. So I think we are going to see a lot of storage projects coming in as part of this bid that just closed. And a big part of, we're actually building battery storage right now. We have some going on down near Tundra and then some additional, at an additional site here a little bit further east. So.
And then my second question was, is there how close do the projects need to be to the transmission line to be economically viable? How much of our land, I guess, is going to be in play by proximity to this?
That's a great question. And I think it depends on the type of the project and the developer. Wind farms have traditionally been located, they can be located further from what we call the point of interconnect because the economies of scale allow them to build a longer, what we call a generation tie line. But, one example is we built Rush Creek, a 600 megawatt wind farm, and we built an 85-mile gen tie. And then we built Cheyenne Ridge and we built a 75-mile gen tie. Now, the wind out here, you can easily see 75 to 100 miles gets you to large areas of the state. Traditionally, we've seen solar facilities located closer to the point of interconnect just because of the cost differential, but that could be changing. But I generally think you know, certainly a line from out here from Burlington back to Harvest Mile, that may have kind of hurt a project's economics. But now that they can interconnect at Goose Creek, well, that project's now looking a lot more viable from
Those
a
are
power
much longer
standpoint.
distances than I had thought.
Yeah, yeah.
Interesting. Any other questions? Well, we have aligned interests, so
Oh, good.
appreciate the update.
Yeah, happy to do any others, you know, I'll continue working with David on these right-of-way applications. Obviously, the big ones are coming. Segment 4 is our biggest, and there's just a ton of state land down in that part of the state. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. All right, thanks all. Why don't we take 10 minutes? I've lost my state email. I've done everything to try and get it back. If you need help. I'm just like, somebody know. I have a very limited idea of how to All right, we are all back together. We have Assistant Director Greg Otis with us, talking more about the stewardship and incentive grazing lease practices. That is on our agenda D, number B.
Morning, Commissioners. Greg Okish, Assistant Director. This was actually inspired by a comment that Commissioner Fro made, even though she made it. At the
You're
December
inspiring.
meeting, Mindy was presenting stewardship sort of summary for the year. And I forget exactly what the comment was, but essentially Commissioner Fro referred to some of the practices that we've used to try to improve lesson performance and outcomes on state leases. And it occurred to staff, we haven't, I don't think we've ever gone back and sort of done the whole history of where we've come from. And we certainly haven't updated this board on what we're doing now, or maybe more importantly, intend to do over the next few years. So that's what this was intended to accomplish. I'm going to, with my slides, really just give you a brief sort of version of what you saw in your package, and then I would really entertain questions, or hope we might have some discussion. And I may, depending on your questions, ask Mindy or William or Abe to help me with the answers. So, oops. There. First of all, I want to say all of these efforts have been targeted towards exceptional management or better management of state trust lands. And looking back in hindsight, somebody pointed out with the first draft of the cover sheet that it may sound a little negative, like we're being critical of everything that's been done before. And That's not the intent. It's easy to be critical of what was done before, but the people who did that were working within the confines and the boundaries of the rules and, resources and all of those things. And as I also pointed out, I think in the memo, fairly early in the memo, everything we're trying to do is within the sideboards of statute. So as much as we might like to go about leasing our lands in a certain way to get the very best practitioners, we're subject to the rules and regulations of 36(1)(1)18, which says that lessees have certain rights. And so I just want to keep that in mind, where it's not a complete sort of free market system that we're working within. And I guess that's what this slide was supposed to be, but we do our best to select exemplary stewards, i.e. lessees, within the bounds of all the other rules and things we have to follow. So there's really, as you saw in the memo, 4 things from a leasing standpoint. From a leasing tools standpoint, there's 4 that we're going to look at briefly, and then I've got a section on really what we're doing to move forward. So first, and some of these weren't really targeted towards stewardship, if you will, but when we decided, and I found this really interesting, there was nobody here who's been here for this entire history. And so we needed to reconstruct it from things we could find in the records and people's memories and anecdotal evidence and legends and things. But multiple use leases were created by policy. So for a long time, we had a multiple use policy. And that was in effect from about 1992 to 2014. I found it really interesting that when you read the policy, it was almost as if they saw Amendment 16 on the horizon, because some of the language they were using about stewardship and or a couple other things just really resonated. It was, I don't know what the conversations at the time were, but this may have been an attempt to address some things they saw out the pipe. We issued 33 of these, 3 are still in effect. I would say the primary characteristics were that this was the transition whereby we started charging for recreational use on state trust land. Prior to this, recreational rights were sort of adjunct to your ag lease. So that was one big change, significant change. The other one that was, I don't know why, but you 20-year leases and you negotiated the rent schedule for the whole 20 years on day one. And they clearly missed, evidence suggests they missed on the recreational right badly. For some reason, they didn't do badly on the ag rights. When you look at these 3 remaining leases, they're not terribly out of market from an ag leasing rates. If you compare them to our, not our competitive rates, but our published minimum rates, they're not far off that mark. The 3 remaining will expire by 2025. And I think as you saw in the text, some of them sort of suggested that the lessee would be take some stewardship steps or things about using hydroaxes to improve wildlife habitat and things, but it wasn't really what they were geared towards. It wasn't the purpose of these leases per se. So from the text, from what you read or anything I just said, any questions about these in particular? And then the policy, the multi-use policy was rescinded by the board in 2014. It had really become kind of redundant. It was replaced by a number of other newer policies and just different practices. And so that policy hasn't been in place for almost 10 years now. So the second one that actually has stewardship in the name they were literally called stewardship incentive leases. That practice was initiated in 1998. We issued 16 leases on a total of about 66,000 acres. They were really fairly, as you saw in the text, there was a lot of detail in there about what they were targeted towards existing lessees. I did get a kick out of the fact that said you had to be at least an average lessee. You were average. But they were targeted towards improving range conditions on the lease. They were also the benefit the lessee got, in addition to a 20-year lease, was the ability to sublease. They could increase stocking capacities as conditions improved. And they could negotiate a reduction in rental payments if their efforts to meet identified and measurable ecological goals were determined to be meritorious. They were required to create resource management plans. The last one of these expires in 2028. And I think there was some measures of success here. I think to some extent, and even on that first category, to the extent they weren't more successful, I think the land board needs to take some responsibility. I think these were put in place, and I think it was these, we were supposed to inspect them more often, and I'm not sure that practice, we may have had good intentions at the beginning, but I think the long-term leases, the longer they go, I could be challenged on this by staff, but I think the longer they go, there's a little bit of a tendency to pay less attention. Nothing's going to change for 15 years, or these guys have been on it for 10 years and I've seen it and they're doing fine. And I just don't think they get the same level of scrutiny or attention that some of the leases I'm going to talk about in a minute do for whatever reason. And I don't know if it's the time frame or not, but I think it might be a little bit related to that. Any questions about these? So then there was a period of what I chose to call custom leases, and this was post Amendment 16, sort of the post 96, but you see really around 98 to 2007. The board was very active in this period of time, acquiring assembling some large ranches that you're familiar with, the Chico Basin Ranch, the Bohart, the Brett Gray. They're from records, their motivations in doing these. I'll ask, were you involved in some of these?
No, just not in the formation, but in some interpretations later as I was there in 2008.
Their intentions were clearly to try to accomplish some of the things that were allowed by or encouraged by Amendment 16. So they were, I think, wrestling with how do you support K through 12 education in a direct on-site way, and how do you establish specific ecological goals and get those to happen. So the common things on these three ranches, I would say, are they're all we own the ranches and we own the land board owns all the improvements. So they were leased as kind of what we call standalone cattle operations, where a single operator comes in. You met Duke Phillips, you've met the Tanner family. I don't know if you've met Lewis Martin or not, but those folks have been on these ranches from the beginning. There are ecological goals and plans in place. In some cases, on the Chico, that was prepared by the lessee. That's obvious by what's Duke's company's name? Ranchlands. Interestingly, our lessee, and that's on the Bohart and the Brett Gray, is actually TNC, who then subleases it to the cattle operator. And so TNC prepared the plans, and they were quite good. The leases were 25 years, and in one case, on the Brett Gray, I think there's an option for a second 25-year term, so 25 to 50 years. Some of the unique characteristics, the first one is specific to the Chico Basin Ranch. There was a specific sort of quid pro quo that if ranch lands really developed content and had somebody on site delivering content to K through 12 students, any rent for the commercial or retail operations on the ranch were waived. So that was sort of the offset. I will say, as an aside, that became very cumbersome to sort of evaluate and manage, and previous boards had asked them to provide evidence of what their costs were, and it was kind of a hash. But
What examples of that? Just tours for kids?
wasn't really tours. They had a full-time, probably still do, have a full-time staff person who's responsible for coordinating with local school districts and organizes the tours and helps teachers, I believe, prepare curriculum and make sure that when they're on the ranch, they're safe and everybody knows where they are. And the other unique characteristic was this lessee sort of sublessee arrangement whereby we leased TNC to achieve certain ecological outcomes, knowing that they weren't going to run cattle. So we knew we were going into a sublease situation, and that's had really, it's not been bad. We've got excellent lessees, sublessees. But I think even recently we've had some situations where it's high, the difficulty. Well, first of all, I think everybody forgot that TNC was the lessee. I think day to day, we just started working with Lewis and the Tanners. It came up recently because we had a situation on the Red Gray where the sublessee had perhaps done some things we weren't all on board with, and we realized to cure those, we had to go through TNC. So anyway, it came back to our awareness. I would say in all three of these cases that the board accomplished the goal to improve ecological conditions on the ranches. I don't think there's any question that all three are in better condition than they were. The granular evaluation is whether or not that was the best way or the only way to get that accomplished. At the time, there may have been. So I think it was a worthy experiment or effort, and we've learned a lot from it.
I have a random question. How long of terms did commissioners serve back?
So, as you all,
It was
4
always
years.
termed,
pardon?
there was always a term
Even
limit
current
to it.
ones?
Oh,
After
after
96.
96.
After,
Pre-96, it was different. There were 3 commissioners. They were paid members of the staff.
What does this all happen? This was post.
Correct.
I
All
was
this
just
is
curious
posted
how
on the
long
96.
commissioners were around for all 48 years.
And in your research, excuse me, Commissioner Heath, in your research, what did you find was the reason that Amendment 16 came forth?
I'll paraphrase, or Bill might. There's an excellent paper that we can.
Charles Wilkins?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was really, I think, a culmination of things that perhaps, well.
Well, I read that.
Okay.
Charles Bedford's paper is the one you were referring to.
Charles Bedford's.
Yes. I think there, a big piece of it was the appearance to outsiders, like there were insider deals going on, and that there was a need for sunshine on the dealings of the board. I think there were a couple of large real estate transactions in which communities kind of found out way too far into the process and were really upset about it. In addition, then I think Governor Romer at the time really looked at this as an intergenerational trust and knew that we needed to sort of elevate the stewardship piece and decrease the emphasis on the most money at the time. And so there, to me, Amendment 16 does a couple of critical things. One is change the governance so that you all were, there were 5 and you're appointed and you're volunteers. And then second was sort of to change the mission to give a balance that would be more a balance between revenue and stewardship that's more appropriate for an intergenerational trust. And that's my brief summary. Would you add anything to that?
well, I could, but I don't.
Do you have?
No, I think that's a great summary. The only thing I would mention is there were a lot of interest in the Amendment 16 process. And so when you talk to different folks, they put different stresses on it. There, over the years, I can't tell you how many properties I've been on when somebody has said, this property is the reason for Amendment 16. And so there were a lot of communities, a lot of interest, but I think both Director Ryan, Assistant Director Okish have given pretty good summaries of the overall feel of it.
It's really significant to think that an amendment passed statewide and there was that much recognition of making significant change in policies.
I will also say, I'm sorry, on that, you know, having lived through that process, it wasn't one of those amendments that had a lot of, there were a lot of communities that were interested, but it wasn't a campaign that was one of the highlight campaign issues of that particular year. There wasn't as much discussion, and it all sounded so nice, you know, land banking and stewardship.
So the discussion process was more limited than the implementation process has been
Was
over the 25
preferred
years.
measure?
It was
I'm just curious, like, did people take the initiative to actually try and get it on ballot?
I think it was an initiative process that was significantly supported by Governor Romer. I believe Jim Lockhead, who was, I don't think he was DNR director at the time, but was a former DNR director, was largely on point. And Charles Bedford, who eventually became director, had a significant role in the drafting. But at the time, he was Governor Romer's chief counsel. But it was broader than those two, but I believe it was an initiative process with a lot of institutional support.
I flipped back one slide to stewardship incentive leases, something that reminded me, and I thought I just highlighted that comment about how many properties you've been on where people like, this is the property. There's a little bit of the spirit of that in this, and I said in the text, in very few examples, but there's been a couple where folks have said, well, the stewardship lease means nothing else will happen here. There was sort of somehow a sense that the stewardship lease was perhaps analogous to the stewardship trust, that it was meant to limit other uses and protect the property. And that was an interest. I don't think anybody anticipated that some people have chosen to read them that way. So that brings us to the most recent one or example, which would, for lack of a better term, it's the Lowry Ranch lease, which was really an intentional effort, maybe the most intentional on the part of the board, to be very specific about the type of lease, the type of grazing management, and the outcomes we wanted. And Mindy was very involved in leading that effort. Predates William. William's become very engaged in partnering with our lessee to make it happen. So the board, after the previous lessee had been asked to leave due to poor management, and land was left without a grazing lessee for, I think it's 5 or more years while it recovered. And then in 2013, so it was fairly environmentally degraded, or rangeland degraded, at least grassland degraded. We put out a request for proposals. It was very specific in terms of what we required. It offered, interestingly, much fewer incentives than any of the other previous examples. The only incentive, if you would, true incentive, is that the stocking rate is variable, so you can match your stocking rate to the conditions on the ground and only pay for what you're using. We achieved a market-based rent, so instead of getting our, which all the other ones were, all those other leases were based on, they were based on our minimum per AUM rent. This was, best bid. We didn't select the highest bidder, but it's been interesting that bid that was submitted 10 years ago still significantly by a margin exceeds our minimum rates, published rates today. So we achieved a very good market rent. And so I think staff would say this was the most successful strategy to date. With, and I'll caveat, and I come back to this later, it has a lot to do with the lessee. It has a lot to do with the flexibility to go through a process whereby they're asked to waive their 118 rights so that they don't automatically have a right to match any competing bid at the end of 10 years. And I think we told you, or it's in the report this month, we just went through the renewal process and we had 3 applications, and Nick and his family were selected as the lessee for the next 10 years. Their proposal was just incredibly superior by leaps and bounds to anybody else. So we're pleased that this seems to be working. Anything else on this? segues a little bit. We have continued to use this RFP process when we can. This is, and Ed, this may be something you want to speak to briefly. We are limited in the number of instances where we can ask somebody to waive their 118 rights. 118 rights are included in statute. We believe on the large ranches in particular, where we own all the improvements and they're a different kind of investment, that we can ask them to voluntarily waive them. When they do, it creates some more sort of operating room for us to get the kinds of lessees we want to have. Is that reasonable?
Yes.
Wow, thanks. So we use this process, yeah, I'll go on. So we've used this process on all of our large ranches to date, and I would say mostly with good success.
I'm just curious on the removal of the 118 on the with trainers on the well. I mean, doesn't that disincentivize them to provide more management, more stewardship? Because hey, 10 years, I could lose this whole thing.
That was, I think, the risk in the conversation, but it does not seem to have been the case.
Used to be the first time that there's been a lease that's come up in that situation.
No, well, yes, yeah, they're coming quickly on its heels will be Chancellor and some others, but just will be the first one.
I guess I was just gonna add that the incentive might be actually the opposite, that he says, I'm really gonna invest into this because I want to stay and I want to prove what a great steward I was and what my plans are for the future with my knowledge of having been on it for 10 years. And I think that's probably how that works.
Absolutely, but if you know, when other lessees come out in 10 years and say, man, this is incredible, the grass, the pasture, and they bid 50 cents more an acre and Nick's gone.
That's been the crux of the debate about which approach the internal and the debate conversation is with lessees. Is some will say, I need that whole 20 or 25, I need more time, and if I don't have more time, then I can't get it there. And geez, I spent the last 10 years making this thing great. Now I gotta pay for my own work. We had a bid that was significantly more than Nick's, but the criteria were not just economic. I think that it was so important to have somebody who could work with 18 different lessees, somebody who'd worked, who could manage. And we were now in right next door to a suburban neighborhood who could deal with that. Somebody who's managed state trust land. So I mean, and somebody who's had experience with holistic grazing, and that tended to narrow the field.
And as you might imagine, numerous questions. But no, for starters, you know, the waiving of the rights is a significant thing. My question more is to the process of using the RFP process, with or without the 118 question, to set forth objectives. And I think the most important thing about Lowry really was the balancing of the criteria for selection against things you've just mentioned, but also putting stewardship, track record, outcomes, things like that in the RFP. And so I guess one of my questions is, there's obviously management implications, but would using an RFP incorporating the stewardship objectives, among others, not be a good way to go deeper down the portfolio for more ranches?
We've talked, well, we keep in mind, we can only do it when a lease is vacant or we have a new property.
Right.
Because under, I think, I haven't thought through this, maybe I'm missing something, but under statute, the existing lessee has a right to match. And so I'm not sure how we would.
But the match is an interesting thing, right?
What we are and can do is evolving our leases over time to try to increase
That was my
the
next
expectations
yeah.
in our standard lease for everybody.
Yes. Okay. So it's kind of like the RFPs are unique to these large ranches, and hopefully as these other leases come up, we can use that. But thinking about, is there anything that prevents the land board, as we are considering, you know, this 3-year process of grazing lease setting that will be undertaken, But is there anything that prevents us from incorporating other non-monetary considerations into our leases upon renewal?
Well, boy, a whole bunch of thoughts. Last year, we went through a lengthy process of revising our competitive bid evaluation sheet. And it went from a primarily financially based evaluation to one that balances finance with stewardship experience and outcomes, and a little bit more weight on community. So I think when we get competitive bids now, we've improved. And it's consistent with statute. Those are the three things we're required to look at by statute. So we've just decided how to weight them. So I think we've done that. I will just admit, I'm sort of more a proponent of evolution than revolution. Probably some of the people sitting behind me, and perhaps you, would suggest that we should put additional requirements in our leases around stewardship. I'm happy to do that. Just I kind of want to take it at a comfortable pace. I don't want to go to war with the 1,600 lessees and the raising organization. So we've got to find a way, I think, to bring them along with us. And I think that gets to the slide when we talk about how are we going to try to use. When I say incentives in this context, it's not monetary, it's education and training and demonstrating the benefits of certain kinds of behaviors to bring people along versus sticks or dollars.
Yeah, I wasn't even thinking necessarily, sticks, but working in questioning the assumption that the lease, that we can't help transform these leases every time they come up. And then, anyway, a number of thoughts about that, and using objectives or outcomes that everybody agrees to, not the how, but the what.
But the what, exactly.
I
don't want to tell people how.
What's a shared objective? They have an interest in more forage. We have an interest in better ecological processing. So it seems like we might be able to weave some of those things in together with all the things you outline here. And one last thing on that is, anecdotally, and one of the problems with managed grazing, and I won't say holistic management or whatever, but in terms of adaptive managed grazing, is that at least anecdotally, we don't have that many trials, although some are coming along. The rancher benefits. And so in a way, it's not this trade-off. And part of our education, I wonder, might be existing ranchers talking at the CCA convention. And again, more recognition, and some of our lessees sharing their experiences, showing why it's beneficial might also be part of what we're thinking about.
So three quick comments. We're totally aligned philosophically. I think we've said over the last few years, it's a state leases should be a privilege and they're highly sought after, and we should be able to expect good stewardship, not have to pay good stewardship. So how do we get there together? And I think what you just said about education is what we use the Lowry for and what our seminars are about. And so I think I don't know exactly how we're going to accomplish it, but we're totally aligned on what we're trying to accomplish.
A specific example is, could we not, and I don't want to take this session to delve into it, but as an example would be requiring even at least renewal that all leases have a grazing plan. Not the how you do it, but just
here she's looking, smiling
there. That there's a grazing plan, or some of these little things that I'm not telling someone how to do it, but we're suggesting that there's evidence one needs that there is an intentional approach to managing lands under a lease that conveys rights to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, for further discussion.
I'm sorry, not on that point. I just want to go back real quick to clarify something on 118. 118 doesn't use the phrase or say a right to match for the existing lessee. It's a little more both nuanced and flexible than that. Its implementation has largely been a match on that. So I just want to throw that out there as you guys are discussing conceptual things. The existing lessee doesn't necessarily have a quote unquote right to match, and working with 118 could potentially accommodate what you're talking about. And I think you were just about to highlight that before you moved on, of just of saying it's not really a right to match, or whatever your phrase was there. I just wanted to capture that and make sure, because so often we talk about a right to match. I don't want that to be internalized of, that's what the statute says, and that's exactly what we have to do.
So this would be legal particulars versus convention. So
Yes.
the implementation is really the convention of our constituency and how things have worked and how they're construed now, right?
And my question, I think it's mainly a follow-up, or is a follow-up. On the weighting that we do, you have 3 or 4 criteria. I know when you're competitive bids, there's 10, I think. I remember as we've reviewed these in the past. I mean, what ability do you have, or we have, to change the weighting, the percentage, you know?
That's what we did a year ago. So there's 3 overarching, we believe, categories that should be looked at. Financial, stewardship as a broad heading, and contribution to the local community. Those are things that are referred to in statute. So we use those to try to create a linkage.
But there's others that you use to.
And then there's multiple criteria that we look at under each of those. We're now, I think there's maybe as many as 25 or so that we look at. Current weighting is. What I thought, financial and stewardship are equal. And then, so it's 40%, 40%, 20% on community. Prior to this change, I would say that it wasn't quite overt, but when you really went through the scoring, the financial was probably impossible to overcome. If you threw an outsized bid at something, you were going to get it. Just was, the weighting was crazy.
So how does that, going back to
Crazy.
So how does that work in regard to?
The weighting was not achieving the outcomes we wanted.
Yeah, it's just practically though, on the 118, then, you know, in a competitive bidding situation. And the lessee or the existing lessee was, you know, higher on money, but their stewardship sucks. What are the, I'm gonna in that, or ask for my 118 rights, but so I gotta do better on, I promise I'll do better on stewardship, or?
Well, we brought some to you. I can't think, you know, where I think the competition or the evaluations come down to stewardship being superior on one of the leases. We've awarded a number since we changed this evaluation template where stewardship is outweighed financial. And from that standpoint, we're willing to leave a little money on the table for some money on the table for a better outcome.
Just. Come on.
Well, maybe I just wanted to make sure and clarify, William Olston, Field Operations Team Leader. If a lessee has 118 rights intact, if they are in compliance with their lease, they have the right to match.
Well, again, the right to match the concept is how it's implemented, is how the statute is implemented by the board and by staff. The language of 118 says the existing lessee has a right to negotiate and essentially you cannot agree. All things being equal.
You can't give a lease to somebody else unless you fail to agree on terms.
Exactly.
If they match a bid, they've agreed to the terms.
Exactly. So with the lease standardized on terms, the only variable is the rent. And so that boils down to essentially in implementation, a right to match the rent. But it doesn't change the ability for the board to change lease terms in the leasing process or in the renewal process. But you can't give a lease from that's leased to rancher A to rancher B under the exact same terms, just because you think you like rancher A better or B better. I've lost my ranchers, but you can't change lessees. You have to on the same terms.
But the only thing we can, you know, on 118, the only thing that could match is money. How do you match promised stewardship by a interloper that's coming in looking for the branch. Yeah.
Well, we look, what we evaluate are, so if we get it, and maybe we could distribute we could attach the evaluation sheet to the staff report next month. But we visit both operations.
No, it's fantastic, but how does somebody match? You can only match.
Stewardship, right.
Yeah, how do you match?
They can
stewardship?
debate whether or not we evaluated their stewardship correctly. They can question that.
Yeah.
But
That's the only.
If you were to change your terms for something related to stewardship, I don't know what it is, but
must have a grazing plan.
must have a grazing plan. And the existing lessee said, I don't want to have a grazing plan. I'm not going to submit a grazing plan. But I'll match the rent.
Yeah.
The board would have the flexibility to move to a new lessee who is going to match the term of a required grazing plan that the existing lessee refused.
And we currently don't require a grazing plan, but having a grazing plan is worth additional points in the evaluation. So if you have one, you're going to get a higher score. We just don't require it. But so again, that's why I say I think we're entirely aligned. We're trying to move in that direction. What do we require? What do we incentivize?
No, and I think you're right. We're all on the same page. It's just money is what you can match.
And there is one last,
Unless we have.
there is very little case law on the land board. But there are cases on Amendment 16 that talk about the Branson cases. We've talked about them before. That talk about that the land board cannot lose sight that its fundamental beneficiary is the public schools, and that it has to make decisions that are in the best interest for those schools, and that the primary, not absolute only sole, but the primary leading rubric for that is, economic return for those funding. And that balance, again, not a bright line, that balance is challenging, but the land board, if the land board strays too far in making decisions for other beneficial reasons, no matter how worthy they are, they're going to be open to challenge.
And just to that point, I think that there is, the larger community here fall into this trap of either or, economics versus
Right.
stewardship. I mean, it's just even in talking about it, whereas really stewardship is about the representation of future value.
Yeah.
As opposed to current value. So
Look at
that's
our ranch. We made 0 for 7 years because we had to take a lessee up because we didn't manage.
because of the degradation, right? Case in point, for sure. I'm also wondering, again, to be thought about perhaps in the lease rate grazing system or process is why, clear, what you've presented here seems compelling. It's 20 and 25-year leases. That's one thing to do if you have a town lease. But here, these are very dynamic properties. Climate change makes everything even more dynamic from a management perspective. It occurs to me that, why are grazing leases not 5 years?
No. That was
Just,
clearly ancillary. No,
I'm just saying, as
sorry, that was a fidget that was not meant to call attention.
or that there's other functions of how they're structured.
So this
Again,
slide says summary. Oh, are you asking me why they're not? Okay, I noted.
Yeah, noted for future conversation.
This is summary. This is summary of what we learned about the leases. There's one more slide after this. So let me. So one takeaway, really, it's not the lease, it's the lessee. We have all kinds of lessees who do an incredibly good job under our standard lease form. We don't ask them, we don't, it's the way they operate. And so the better we can get at picking good lessees, educating our lessees, the better. Leases over 10 years at this point, 10 years being the standard, have some challenges. They tend to fall behind market rents, and they, in particular, to your point about how can we change leases, we can, but then the existing leases don't update until they renew. So this longer term ones in particular tend to fall behind our standard leasing language, practices, forms. And I will highlight number 3 with, and the land board shares some of the responsibility for this, maybe most of it, but the a lot of the previous incentive-based leases were often more favorable. So let's see. I think they tend to tip that way a little bit for whatever reason. The RFP selection process as one tool in our toolbox has proven successful. And our focus going forward, I think there's one more slide, maybe it's not. Our focus going forward is going to be on education, partnership, and lessee selection, not incentives or monetary incentives. So there is. So as we described in more detail, we've got some ideas that we'd like to test over the next few years, and many of these build on things we've been doing for the last 3 to 5 years. But we started talking about maybe a resource webpage focused on regenerative grazing, where we're not the experts, but we know who the experts are, and we can link our lessees to those resources. We've been doing this for quite a while, and we'll continue collaboration with a few organizations, TNC, Covera, just the range of people who are focused on improved grazing. This is, we've been talking about strengthening our lease requirements, whatever that falls under that umbrella. There's some interesting programs starting to come out of NRCS. One of them is grassland CRP programs, and we're exploring those. We think that is one way to sort of advance on a limited subset of our properties, but what can be accomplished in terms of care. It comes with some reduced stocking requirements and carbon and biodiversity insetting programs. I think this is a tool that will advance our agenda. Increasing the, we still got here, and for a long time, we'd only visited our properties required, by procedure to visit them once every 10 years. We've got that to once every 5. And with some additional staff, we could probably get that to 3 or 4. And I believe that the more you're seeing it, the better we're probably going to do. And it's not just visiting them properly, but it's engaging with the lessee and talking about the things we're trying to accomplish and what they're doing, and how can we help them with common goals. And then there's an idea here that needs a lot more exploration, but perhaps there's a way for us to invest IND dollars into the kinds of infrastructure, water and fencing and things that might help some people who would like to be doing a better, using a different grazing practice, but perhaps aren't able to invest in the infrastructure. Maybe there's a way we can help with that on some key properties. So that's something we're gonna.
Yes, I was thinking about that. Commissioner, say more about that.
I'm gonna ask you and you're willing to both say more about that. Sure. Oops. You can both come up if you like.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Mindy Godsagan, the Conservation Services Manager for the State Land Board. The ideas on the last item on the slide is that the State Land Board has the opportunity to set aside or to dedicate some of its base budget funds. We have a land and water fund that contributes cost share towards agricultural improvements that would facilitate practices like regenerative grazing, would be cross fencing. In some cases where cattle grazing is reliant on using natural streams or wetlands, we could provide livestock water systems. And this helps move the cattle around and achieve a greater utilization of the leased property. We could also look into using investment and development funds as well to achieve these broader goals and invest in the long-term quality of the state of lands.
Yeah, just kind of getting William Woolston, field operations team leader. I think another thing to keep in mind that we can use along with the direct investment is the EQIP program, for instance, which we did do on Lowry Ranch. We put in some of our funding went into that. We also were able to utilize EQIP through our lessee, which was very advantageous for both Nick Trainer and
on EQIP, only the lessee, we can't apply.
We cannot apply.
We can match the.
Right.
It can be on our lands if the lessee is simple.
And the reason I said IND, and I want to emphasize that, is the base budget dollars. We expend those in just doing regular stuff, everyday business, like in 6 months. Our 12-month base budget dollars are usually gone in 6 to 9 months, and there's limits to us increasing that, but we do have the money available through IND. And you've been doing some of that on larger ranches over the last 6 years. We've invested, I think, close to $1.5 million, maybe $2 million.
Yeah.
Some of it is kind of, but
I just wondered, and maybe it's a legal question for Ed, but my thought was going towards using IND funds for a revolving loan program.
Okay.
Where, and you could go crazy with how you're trying to structure the payback or whatever, but it would be a concessionary loan program that accommodates the transition to regenerative, more adaptive managed grazing, and then they would be paid back over some period of time. I wondered if that was possible.
Yeah, I'm looking.
I see a lot of.
Yeah,
Yes.
not prepared to answer
Oh.
that now, but IND has a lot of flexibility, but it also has to operate in the broader fiscal and procurement rule environment, and so it's not something I can answer off the cuff, but it's a great idea worth looking into.
Like, and CWC has what, $1 billion in loans for water projects. I know different entities, all that kind of stuff.
Right, they've got their own statutory structure that sets that up, so.
Corporation.
Yeah.
Well, one of the ideas was that we would create like a 5-year pilot project to really test this out and see what kind of impact it has. Is that regenerative grazing, I think, is one of the last big frontiers that we have remaining to us for stewardship, to facilitate green stewardship across broad landscape.
I know this is a generalized question, but how long does it take for a property to kind of come back to be quality in terms of what you call regenerative?
So.
I mean, this affects, in my mind, what we do with the length of the lease and
Right.
all that.
And I think Lowry's been very instructive in that, going through that. For instance, and it depends on what the property, what type of property is, what the topography is. On Lowry, with the type of management that Nick put in place in the riparian areas, we saw dramatic differences in 3 years. It was moving more quickly than that, but the third year we saw dramatic differences in the species concentration, grass species that appeared. That was tremendous. On the uplands, on the drier lands, it's taken longer, but now when we're getting to out to 9 years, the last, let's say 7, for sure. Very much so. You can go out and, and we always say, I wish we'd have put a photo point here, etc. We're seeing these warm season grasses coming back into areas where they were not before. So you can certainly see it in 10 years. With the
Right, so to achieve an ideal outcome, it could be generational, but that doesn't mean you can't do it with sequentially good management. It doesn't mean you need that. I don't believe it means you need the same person on it for generations. We can't accomplish that. We can accomplish it sequentially.
Yeah, I think that's correct. It's so you see that turnover and that change fairly rapidly. Is it longer term to reach the what you'd really like to achieve? Absolutely. But I think that can be done under, as Greg said. The other thing I would mention that we've talked about a little bit through the RFP processes, the competitive bid processes, when we had the chance, especially with our new competitive bid format that we put together, our story. We see lessees leaning in. The lessees who are coming to us, they're the type of, they're lean in people. They want to make a difference. They know for the most part, it's definitely a process that gives us a great set of lessees to be able to.
Put it another way, people know what we're evaluating them on.
Yes.
And since, as Glenn said, since we implemented the new template, people have become much more responsive on what they're going to do from a stewardship standpoint. Where before they might have been silent. So swing there. Thank you.
in regard to AUMs, we set those or the lessee, or is it talked about? Because I mean, that sets generative. I mean, if you reduce AUMs 50%, there's going to be more opportunity or for the grasslands to regenerate.
Yeah, we set that. We set the AUMs and we have started to change some of them lately where we see more degradation. I
But
guess.
it does get back to the point about inspection, we set them. But if it's a good lessee and things decline in the first 3 years, they'll adjust. If it's not a great lessee, they'll keep those AUMs on there because the contract says they can, and then we come along in 5 years and say, "Yeah, this is too many." So it's that frequency of visitations that factor as well. That's sediment.
And it's also how they're used and the periods of rest in between.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And drought.
Last slide.
That is my side. So Commissioner Poe, thank you for asking the question. We enjoyed the exercise. I had Abe come because he's been a wonderful. He's not one end of the cow from another, but the history of the organization.
I think he-
Putting the history in.
That was really informative. Appreciate it.
Very
Nice, thank you.
Oh,
Indeed.
that's got a beautiful slide. That was.
Thank you, thank you. Okay. We are to
Staff report.
staff report.
You all read the staff report, and I want to take any questions, and then I want to spend a couple minutes making some more comments on the 1146 piece. Along with our working group member, Commissioner Scanlon. So were there questions about any other parts of the staff report? Then let me come back to the 1146 stuff. You'll remember that last year, House Bill 22-1146 passed. And the goal of that bill was to sort of improve the performance of the permanent fund and of the whole trust, if we could. We've for years have highlighted as goal number one in our strategic plan, optimizing that trust, making the assets work better together, making the trust grow for intergenerational benefit. And today's distribution policies really make the trust a wasting asset. And so we're trying to find ways to address that. The bill that passed last year did a couple of things. First, it extended the time frame for realized losses in the permanent fund to get offset so that the general fund wouldn't have to backfill. There's language in the Constitution says permanent fund has losses, they've got to be backfilled by the permanent fund. So we broaden the definition so that as a practical matter, that's never going to happen. It should. Second, we staggered some permanent fund investment board member terms. But most importantly, what that bill did was create a working group to be led by the treasurer to look at the 5 issues that I highlighted here in the memo and make some recommendations to the interim school finance committee. That the treasurer had that committee meet over the course of about 4 weeks. It was a very compressed process. There were 15 members of that committee.
It was 4.
It was like, it might have been 3. There were 5 meetings on a sort of a variety of subtopics, and then an effort to sort of consolidate some of the feedback into a report. That report is in your book here. That report had sort of 2 consensus recommendations that I want to talk about, and then sort of what should next steps be. First, there was a clear consensus that the inviolate portion of the permanent fund be respected, that nobody go raid this thing. But that question was sort of called, not quite in those words, but there was clear direction about, hey, we have all these outstanding educational needs today, and we have $1 billion sitting here, and everybody said, no, this is intergenerational. Don't mess with that. Leave it inviolate. Second, there was discussion around a consensus around more flexibility in how the permanent fund is invested. And there are several things that impact how the fund is invested. One is the hard-coded requirement in statute that $21 million be made available to the School Finance Act every year. So if you know you have to hit 21 million as a minimum, you're going to invest much more conservatively. There was a recommendation that we ought to rethink that or remove that. There was also discussion about adding additional investment options that aren't available today. For example, private equity or investment in real estate through partnerships. There are a number of vehicles that most large endowments invest in that we have restrictions and we're not permitted to. And we think we could make those changes through statute. And then lastly, there was how do you remove the make whole provision? That is, if this were to incur a loss, it currently says the general fund has to make it up. You would have to go to the Constitution to remove that. And there was a real reticence by the group to touch the Constitution. Opening this up to the public would have all sorts of unintended consequences. But there may be some statutory ways to make this even looser so that there's more flexibility in the investments. The second consensus recommendation was one around trying to engage in impact investing. And while I know that that sounds great, I think there's a slippery slope there. And to the extent that anyone's going to want to try and tackle that through legislation, there would need to be some really tight guardrails around it. My concern, whether it was for the permanent fund or for the main board assets, is that there's a real opportunity for mission creep here that gets us beyond what our clear constitutional mission is. I just think that any legislator's pet project could get sort of snuck in as impact investing. And at the end of the day, we're fiduciaries of fiduciary duty to earn a return and not necessarily go solve all of the issues that may be tangential. Like teacher housing is great. I understand the need for teacher housing. But when you go start buying bonds to build housing for a specific district in a specific part of the state, and those are maybe have a higher risk of default and pay a below market rate, are we really being fiduciary? So to the extent that that's going to get pursued, I would advocate strongly for really tight guardrails around what fits in the impact investing box. Other takeaways from this, the discussion definitely looked at the opportunity for all land board revenues to flow directly to the permanent fund and then have changes to the distribution formula. There were concerns expressed about the impact of that distribution formula on both existing and current COPs or bonds issued by the BEST program to support the building of best schools. I personally think it's worth an ask of the IRS again. But I was not a voting member of this committee, and so I couldn't advocate for that as strongly as I might have liked to, but I think it's worth an ask again, because I think the facts on the ground are different today than we were 13 years ago when that question got asked. So I'd like to see us push that issue. And then also I was pleased to see that there was seemed to be consensus, although this wasn't a voting question, but everyone affirmed the support of these dollars for BEST and not necessarily for school finance. And so I thought that aligned well with what we've said is our vision for the land board, that we could be responsible for providing capital to have all new schools throughout the state. So those were that's sort of my summary. What did I miss? What were your takeaways, Commissioner?
I think you covered it well, and I appreciate your being a partner with me through this. Very interesting process. And now we'll see. I forget which they sent it to.
I believe it goes to Interim School Finance Committee.
Yeah, they asked for this, right? They
Yes.
did the original legislation, but if they act on anything this session remains a question.
And was there concurrence around the idea of income averaging over like a 3-year period?
There was not, because there wasn't concurrence around changing the distribution formula.
I mean, that seems like such a standard practice. For
I agree, and the question never got asked and framed in that way. The presentation, it was a little bit disjointed. There was a lot of ground that had to get covered in very few meetings, and the way in which this was set up. Let me say, I might have done it differently, but I wasn't in charge of it. I don't want to criticize how it got done. But the questions weren't called in the way that I think we would have called them.
Well, and unfortunately, the Callan report, which was hugely instrumental, came late. It was not there to start the process. It was brought in probably halfway through.
The treasurer's office asked that the Callan report that we had done 5 years ago be refreshed. And so that was not really made part of the materials until partway through this. They're
And
updated.
I think if we had had more time.
Yeah.
You could have gone deeper on, kind
On a number
some-
of these issues.
Yeah.
I guess my other question is, if you were to do an inquiry with the IRS on the COP standard, I mean, who would initiate that? How would that come about to do such an inquiry?
Well, previously, it was done by the treasurer and the legislature, I think. At the time that that's passed, if I'm not mistaken, Kerry Kennedy was the treasurer, and I think she led the charge for that. So whether that worked through the treasurer's office, whether we paid for it, I mean, I think it'd be a worthwhile investment of our dollars. But at the end of the day, it's the state issuing the COPs. And so I think the state has the biggest.
I don't think you could do it without the treasurer's office.
Yeah, I think it'd be really hard to just do it. It'd be foolish to try and do it on our own. We would need the concurrence of the others.
So what are, I mean, is there further activity of this working group since these were not thoroughly resolved? What are the next steps after it goes to the committee?
Well, that's a great question. I don't know yet enough. It just got delivered less than a week ago. If the interim school finance committee wants to sort of take it up specifically and do something with it, I would love to see if we could get an audience with the committee to say, hey, this made a couple of incremental improvement or recommendations for some incremental improvements, and we would love to see you pursue those. So I'm going to advocate for that sort of a meeting. Whether I'm in a position to do that or not remains to be seen, I think. The second piece of this that may open up another opportunity for us to come up with a larger solution is that somebody on the last minute of the last call said, oh, by the way, there are a bunch of BEST schools that are under construction and under budget, and there is not a mechanism to solve that problem through the BEST program right now. They've already gone to the voters and gotten their local match, and they've gotten their BEST grant, and costs have gone up. There's been inflation, and so we need a mechanism to solve that. And what the person on the phone said is, we're going to come after the excess state land board revenues here. We're going to propose a sweep so that there will be, again, no reinvestment back into the permanent fund. This has been a recurring theme. You all may remember that last year, Amendment 123, I think, was proposing to go after those excess revenues. The year before that, there was a proposal around a fund for teacher salaries. The year before that, it was actually swept. There were budget shortfalls. So it's a recurring theme that as long as there is money to be reinvested into the permanent fund, someone sees that as something to be grabbed and redirected. To the extent that that bill were to come forward, perhaps there is some sort of a compromise here that meets both goals. Maybe there's a sweep for a year and then a conversion over to a different distribution formula. But as long as the distribution formula sits out there today, I think we're always going to have a crosshair on it because someone's always going to have a need for money and see this as just sort of extra money and why do we need to put it in? to the permanent fund, but when you keep doing that, you end up like Para, where you're just massively underfunded and you are reinforcing the problem of this being a wasting asset, so.
So I'm going to ask the chair, I mean, would it be appropriate for you to maybe testify at that committee?
If something's brought forward, I think it's just super unclear, and I'm gonna see if I can get a little more information about if there's a next step. I think the treasurer's office is done with this group that met to do this report. I don't think we're coming back together again, do you, Bill?
No.
Yeah, so now it's back to the folks from the interim committee who had an interest in having who created the task force and have an interest in addressing some of those issues and what they want to do with it. They could meet again as an interim committee. That's a possibility. They could just pull things off of the report and run individual bills. I think there's a lot of pathways from here.
Kind of what I'm thinking about though is that there are so many new legislators that kind of a broader view for them about what's really at stake would be so useful in terms of kind of an educational framework for them moving forward, just for them to understand. We're testifying about why this is so important, could cement for them the idea that this is an inviolate trust and
There was even on this committee sort of a need for 101 of, what's the land board? What's the, all of the questions. So I would say definitely. The good news is the current Speaker of the House was also chair of the interim committee. I know that she does have a keen interest in some of these issues. It's just where she goes with it now in a very crowded and busy legislative session is, I think it's a timing issue, not that we'll ever, I believe it'll be addressed and brought forward in some way, shape or form at some point.
Well, I would just like to maybe have our colleagues discuss, but I would like to suggest that we encourage you to testify if you feel like the timing and opportunity was right.
Right. We would need an invitation to probably with the bill.
I will explore what's
Yeah,
possible for
yeah.
us. I would love to see even the minor
Even a
incremental
briefing,
recommendations. are
even
helpful.
a briefing,
I'm just
honestly,
putting that out, but
of the
I'm hoping
education
people-
committees of what the state land board does would be hugely helpful.
Right. And it's just drinking out of the fire hydrant right now and
Yeah.
but there's a real need for an educational understanding. I mean, frankly, trying to describe this as I've met with different people, it's like trying to describe Tabor. And it's so complex that we need to do what we can to help people begin to understand why this is such.
Now, I will say people on the committee really did understand.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean the committee. I meant the new legislation.
No, I mean the
Education committee.
interim
Yeah,
committee.
no, I think they had a good.
They were an interim committee, right? That
Interim
did
school
this-
fin-
Yeah, school finance committee. Yes, they
School
did
task force.
understand.
Yeah.
Commissioner Heath is saying, every 2 years we put him at a dinner at Lowry. We have
Yeah.
all the
We
new
could do that
legislators.
and just invite whomever.
Yeah, that's
That's
easy.
true.
Great education,
We could-
show them what we're doing and close.
Off session doing field trips is really a great idea too for folks. A little experiential learning.
Mr. Crowe, question, since the Callan report came late to the working group, that really portrays the cost of not solving in financial
It
terms.
does.
Yes, so will the interim finance committee be receiving that? Because that's the sort of, why do I care what's at stake?
It's an exhibit to the report.
Yeah,
So I
so
assume
they will be getting, the interim committee gets a report, not just the
Yeah.
working.
Yeah. So we'll wait next steps and I'll see what I can do.
Yep.
Yeah. But the report's good.
Thank you both for that kind of time.
Yeah. All right. Anything else, Phil?
No.
Okay,
Would it be okay with flipped items A and G?
yeah.
And
Move to
then
Mindy.
went to lunch, yeah, if that's,
Yeah.
is that okay with you?
Does that work,
Okay.
Mindy, for you? And, okay, we're gonna, for those of you who did not hear, we're gonna move to final action items and we're gonna switch our first two, A and B. So we're gonna hear from Mindy first. She has a guest witness schedule that she'd like us to
Thank you very much.
hear from. Thanks, Mindy. Welcome.
Morning, Commissioners. I'm Mindy Godsagan, Conservation Services Manager for the State Land Board. I'll be presenting a topic today, a project involving the reintroduction of black-footed ferrets involving state trust land. This will be an agricultural grazing rider, actually. And this is going to be an action item for you today. It's not something we normally bring to you in terms of a rider for a grazing right, but because it involves an endangered species, we thought it was important for the board to weigh in on this and to be elevating it to your attention. This project will support biodiversity and also generate new ecosystem services revenue for the State Land Board and its trust beneficiaries. And we also believe it's a win-win-win. It's a large project, and the State Land Board is a fairly minor partner in this. We do feel that it's a win-win-win and for us as well. My presentation today will consist of 3 parts. I'll be giving mostly information related to the project and how it relates to state trust lands. Tina Jackson from Colorado Colorado Parks and Wildlife is the species conservation coordinator. She'll be talking about black-footed ferret reintroduction in Colorado in general. And then our lessee, Tim Thatcher of Thatcher Land and Cattle, has also asked to make a few remarks. And so we'll finish with that. So this project, the Thatcher Land and Cattle Company lease, is located at the southern end of our large property aggregation in El Paso and Pueblo counties that we all know as, that comprises the Chico Basin Ranch, the Bohart Ranch, Frost, and the Railroad Test Track Center. Thatcher Land and Cattle is just at the lower edge of that. And you'll see in some upcoming slides exactly how that fits into that land aggregation there. Black-footed ferret reintroduction sites have occurred in the last 20 years or more on 32 reintroduction sites across 8 states, Canada, and Mexico. There have been 9 reintroduction sites in Colorado since 2013. And this map shows the eastern part of Colorado. You can see in this lower left, the area that's comprised, it shows Colorado, but 8 out of those projects have occurred on the eastern plains of Colorado. And these small red dots are kind of show those locations. The majority of them have been in southern Colorado. The closest one to Denver has been on the Rocky Mountain Arsenal, the Rocky Mountain Arsenal up in UIA, and the northern one in Soapstone. The 10th project, the one I'll be talking about today, this will involve the Pueblo Chemical Depot and Thatcher Ranch, and that will occur in fall of 2023, and is generally located here in northeastern Pueblo County. The property location is sandwiched between, well, I will say first that the bulk of the project, and I'll show you that with our next map, is located on the Pueblo Chemical Depot property. This is federal property. It's not State Land Board land, but it's situated just south of the lower part of our Chico Basin property aggregation. The railroad test track facility is located just north of it. This is about 34,000 acres. The Pueblo Chemical Depot is 24,000 acres. And the Thatcher lease is sandwiched between these for the most part. The center part of leased and private land is the Thatcher's home ranch. And then they lease a significant part of land east of their ranch. And so this is where the project will occur, is on the Pueblo Chemical Depot land and part of the Thatcher lease land and their private land. And the 2 release sites that will occur on State Land Board land or next to State Land Board is locations. So this is a project map that focuses mostly on the Pueblo Chemical Depot. That's the area that's shown in light gray. The areas that are shown in pink and in this purple up here are actually the boundaries of the active prairie dog colonies that will support the black-footed ferrets. Black-footed ferrets eat predominantly prairie dogs. About 98%, I think, of their population, their diet is composed of prairie dogs. And so one reason that they went extinct, and Tina will talk a little bit about this later, is the loss of a lot of prairie dog habitat, like in the Western United States. The bulk of the ferrets will be released on the Pueblo Chemical Depot, but some ferrets will also be released on Thatcher private land and next to state landward land. For the purposes of this project, we've asked that ferrets not be released directly onto state landward land, but we fully expect that they will migrate onto state landward land very quickly. This project will involve about 200 acres or so of active prairie dog colonies on state trust land. That acreage may vary. I don't want to get too attached to the number of 200 acres. For those of you who know prairie dogs, they evolve. Their colonies morph in location and size, but today we estimate it's about 200 acres on state landward. Are there any questions about this? I'm going to move away from some of these maps. Any questions at this point? Okay. And these, again, these are the two locations that will involve state trust lands. So a few of the project highlights. The first one is that about 200 acres of land will involve state trust land. This will comprise about 34,000 acres total of just these three types of properties involved: Pueblo Chemical Depot, the Thatcher's private land, and then the lease land with us is about 10,000 acres of a lease. I mentioned that the successful release of black-footed ferrets relies on active prairie dog colonies that are, these colonies will be treated to prevent them from the plague, wiping those colonies out. The board packet, I think, explains that this typically happens every 5 to 8 years or more or less. And so those prairie dog colonies will be dusted to prevent plague from coming in and removing that food source for the black-footed ferrets. This project involves 5 separate federal agencies and Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And we're happy to be a partner with them on this important project. Those federal agencies include the Fish and Wildlife Service, and the others are listed in the board packet. The grazing lease, this will be effectuated through a rider to the grazing lease. Grazing use will continue as it has. Hunting will also continue, but this use will be basically included as part of the grazing lease as a simple rider. The project will also is expected to generate about $2,200 a year for what we're going to include under ecosystem services revenue. This is an important new type of a voluntary payment for an ecosystem service, and this will be generated from the NRCS EQIP payments that will provide the incentive payments to our lessee. And this will only address the active colonies that are on state landboard land. He would receive additional payments for the active colonies that are on his own land. And finally, an important component of this and our willingness to participate is the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Safe Harbor Agreement. This was developed for all projects. I mean, this is specific to black-footed ferrets, but the Fish and Wildlife Services uses these kinds of projects to provide protections and reduce the risk if any harm were to come to the endangered species. If the landowner wishes to opt out of the program, the Fish and Wildlife Service, working with CPW, will come and get the ferrets. So some other components of that safe harbor agreement are property continues to be managed for grazing and hunting. The prairie dog colonies will be kept at manageable levels.
There's a statement.
Well, there are certain, so for all of those colonies that are there, there are some that are included in 2 different zones. That was on one of the maps I showed you. Some are kept on those are the core prairie dog colonies that we really want them to survive. And then the other ones on the outside are more incidental, perhaps, and Tina can explain more about this, but there's different kinds of control that are allowed for each of those colonies in each of those areas. Working with neighbors and keeping neighbors happy is an important component of this too. And so there are some types of control that are available for prairie dog colonies on the periphery of these projects.
The dusting, does that actually kill the dogs or is it?
No, it doesn't
That
kill
just
the
kills
dog.
the
It just kills the
pathogen.
fleas that carry.
Okay.
kills
I
the
wasn't
fleas.
seeing. Thank you.
The Safe Harbor Agreement also protects participants and neighbors from incidental take, that's harm or death of the black-footed ferrets. We will not be a signatory to the Safe Harbor Agreement, but it does provide us with those protections. And as I mentioned before, it allows exit from the program and removal of black-footed ferrets. We would, if at some point down the road, we felt this was detrimental to the land board or its mission or goals, we could ask that they be removed from state trust lands. The benefits to the state land board are when we support a multi-agency effort to increase biodiversity. This also demonstrates the success or the ability to generate a voluntary payment for ecosystem services. Most of you, for our mitigation banks, those are regulatory programs, and so they're regulatory. This is not. This will be a voluntary program. State land board policy, specifically our conservation reserve program policy, provides the 50% share of NRCS incentive payments. Although that's for CRP, this sets a precedent for sharing that revenue that comes into the lessee and sharing that with the state level. The Safe Harbor Agreement removes the risks to the state land board. No conservation required for the project for our lands to participate in this. And finally, we've asked that for this project, ferrets not be released on state lands direct. What I pointed out.
To the ferrets, not a.
Shoot them in one direction. And then the 4 items that will be placed in the additional conditions rider is that we will allow state trust lands to be included in the black-footed ferret conservation zone for the project. We will remove from our traditional grazing lease requirement the lessee's requirement that they control prairie dogs. For the areas in the black-footed conservation zone, we don't want them treating them except under the control methods perhaps allowed under the Safe Harbor Agreement. The lessee is allowed to apply for NRCS incentive payments. Whenever there's an NRCS incentive payment through QIP or other types, we as the landowner are required to sign off on that. We will sign off on that agreement. We'll sign off to allow them to apply. And finally, we'll ask the lessee to share 50% of that incentive payment with the state. With that, I have just the recommendation that the board approve the inclusion of approximately 200 acres of state trust land leased by Thatcher Land and Cattle. Depot Black-footed ferret reintegration project in the conservation zone. Do you have any questions? I know I also have Tina. You may, if you want to ask me questions, or we can wait till questions at the end. Welcome.
Does this become like a permanent place? Is that the hope?
That would be the hope for all of our release sites within the state. Our hope is that they will be successful and we'll have reproducing ferrets and we'll develop a population there. That's a little bit of a struggle, but yeah. So thank you, commissioners, for having me today.
Just introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Tina Jackson. I'm a species conservation coordinator with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. I am joined today by David Kluge, the species conservation unit manager with Colorado Parks and Wildlife as well. So did want to just take a few minutes to talk about ferrets generally. There's a lot of information out there. We're really interested. I love to talk about it. Thank you for this opportunity.
We're going to ask this to be questions.
And I love all sorts of questions. Okay, so a little bit of history. Mindy did mention these are an endangered species. They are federally listed. They have been on the endangered species list federally since the Endangered Species Act was enacted. So they have been there for a long time. Back in the 70s, we actually thought they were extinct. We thought we had lost all the populations. And in 1981, there was a dog in Wyoming who brought one home, and that was the population at Meeteetse. And every ferret we have right now, every black-footed ferret in the world, in North America, is descended from that population of Meeteetse, which did end up dying out. Recently, I think it was in 2018, 2019, they did actually reintroduce ferrets into Meeteetse, Wyoming as well. But here in Colorado, what we've got is our first release was in the early 2000s at the Wolf Creek site up in northwestern Colorado, whitetail prairie dogs. We started releases on blacktail prairie dogs on the eastern side of Colorado in 2013, and that came about because of a number of different things that came into place, that fell into place. The programmatic safe harbor agreement, as well as the NRCS incentive program in Colorado, and the passage of state legislation, this Senate Bill 13-169, allowed us to actually work on private lands reintroducing black-footed ferrets. In 2014, House Bill 14-1267 passed, and that allowed us to work on political subdivisions of the state, but it did not allow us to work on state lands or federal land. And both of those pieces of legislation sunset in 2019. So at that point, we were able to start talking about working on federal lands like the Pueblo Chemical Depot or state land properties as well. And as Mindy mentioned, the incentive program is through NRCS, and that's an EQIP process, and that is has allowed us to work on a number of private lands throughout the eastern side of the state. It offers the landowners an incentive payment or having the ferrets and the continued presence of the prairie dogs on the properties. We have done 7 sites in eastern Colorado and plus the Rocky Mountain Arsenal, and that all began in 2015. So this is a ferret here that is being released. They all come in these little carriers out to the site. And I have a couple of these videos because these guys are really amazing to watch. What you're seeing here is a litter of kits. These animals would have been born earlier in the summer, and they've been put out into a preconditioning pen at the National Black-footed Ferret Conservation Center, which is north of Wellington, Colorado. They're put out in these pens to teach them how to live in the prairie dog burrows. They're all born in captivity, and also get them used to just being out with the sounds of a prairie dog colony around them and predators flying over. They are protected from predation in these preconditioning pens. This is very unusual behavior that you're seeing because it's a litter of kits. You're seeing a bunch of them together. They're solitary creatures, and they're out during the day. These guys are nocturnal, so seeing them during the day is very unusual. But I can watch ferret videos all over. So the historic range of black-footed ferrets is any of the prairie dog species in North America. Black-footed ferrets are native to North America. They don't occur on any other continent. And they occurred in all 5 of the prairie dog species. What we're talking about today is the black-tailed prairie dog, which is the this larger portion of the prairie dog range. Another video, because as I said, watch videos all day. These guys, they're very curious animals. They are predators. They're about the same size as the prairie dog that they're going to end up eating. But they're also very curious. And you see that you put a camera out here, one of the preconditioning pens, and they come right up to investigate it. But they're also very cautious. You'll see them do that little back away. I always want to hear the little backup truck. Again, this is another litter that's going to be released in the fall. All of our releases happen in the fall. That's the time when the ferrets would typically be leaving mom naturally, and so it's the best time for us to put them out. So there is a federal recovery plan for black-footed ferrets since they are on the endangered species list. And under the federal recovery plan, Colorado's responsibilities are listed here. We should have 1 large site, 1 medium site, and at least 1 small site. And this would be 100+ breeding adults of ferrets, 50 to 100 breeding adults of ferrets, and 30 to 50 breeding adults of ferrets. To downlist the black-footed ferret, we would be looking at about 149 breeding adults in Colorado on 29,000 acres of active prairie dogs. And that should be on all 3 of our prairie dog species in the state. Right now, the best opportunities we have for ferret releases are on black-tailed prairie dogs. Our white-tailed prairie dogs are struggling a little bit due to plague, and our venison prairie dogs are struggling as well. This picture here is a release at the May Ranch last fall, where we brought out one of the local schools and had about 100 school children out there with us to do the releases. It was quite a fun day. And so Mindy showed this map of our ferret release sites. These are all of the sites listed, and I'll give you just a little bit of information. The Walker Ranch was the first site we released on, and that's the one down here in just outside of Pueblo West, just to the south of Fort Carson. We continue to do releases at that site. We had plague hit that site in 2014 and 2015. We lost a lot of the prairie dogs, but the prairie dogs are coming back, and we're able to put ferrets back into that site. The Soapstone Natural Area is a City of Fort Collins property. It includes both Soapstone Natural Area and the Meadow Springs Ranch. We continue to do ferret releases at that site, and the prairie dog colonies are doing quite well up there. The North Holly site over here north of Holly, the South Holly site, which is actually east of Holly. Missed the naming on that one. Those two happened about the same time. They did also decline due to a plague outbreak. Most of the landowners that were involved in the North Holly site have opted out of the safe harbor agreement at this point. So we consider the North Holly site to be inactive at this point in time. The South Holly site is recovering from that plague outbreak, and the landowners are still engaged. The Liberty Complex, which is down here in Baca County. No, yes, Baca County. That site did also have a plague impact, and it is recovering. We're continuing to work with that landowner. The Rocky Mountain Arsenal site, which is out here east of Denver, they continue to do pretty well up there. And then our 2 most recent are the May Ranch, which is in Prowers County. It's a large single landowner, and we put ferrets out there twice now. And then the Southern Plains Land Trust in Benton County. And that again is a large chunk of land. There is some state land board within that colony, but I believe we have them within the management zone on that site. And that's one thing under the safe harbor agreement. Mindy had referred to the management and conservation zones. When we enroll a property under the safe harbor agreement, we designate what portions of the prairie dog colony and the property are going to be in the conservation zone. And that's where we manage prairie dogs for plague. We put ferrets out. That's where we're going to conserve the prairie dogs for ferret releases. The management zones are typically used as a buffer. They're around that area, and that's where prairie dogs can be controlled. We don't release ferrets onto the management zones, and we typically also don't do any plague management within the management zones. In a lot of cases, we can use plague management as a prairie dog control option. If we're not managing for plague, but probably coming in and help control those dogs. This is my favorite video. So this was actually done at the Rocky Mountain Arsenal. Was captured by 9 News while they were doing a release. And this is a more typical way to see a ferret. This is at night. It's an individual ferret at a prairie dog burrow. And what you'll notice on this ferret that's different is that black mark on his neck. We actually had captured him. He had been captured during the survey effort. And we mark them that way so that when they get in another trap, if we capture them again during the survey effort, we can tell that they've been captured and release them immediately. We don't need to handle them again. So it's a very fun little dance he's doing there. Some of that is curiosity and some of that is just stretching. So I believe that is everything. That was very quick and dirty, Black-footed ferrets 101, but I'm definitely happy to answer any questions.
And you also have our lessee. Do you want to hear from Bruce and then have questions?
Yes. So Tim Thatcher does have his hand raised. Let me convert him to status that allows him to address the board. Mr. Thatcher, you're in control of your mic and camera when you're ready.
While he's preparing it, can I ask you about their habitat? Do they make holds like prairie dogs do?
They actually use the prairie dog burrows themselves. So,
They go into the prairie dog holes.
yeah, they live in the prairie dog burrows.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to visit with you all, and thank you, commissioners. We're a multi-generational cow-calf ranch, and we look at this as an opportunity to kind of give back to the community, and the fact that we could participate in the Black-footed Ferret program is just a huge win for us. During the past meeting, one of the commissioners chuckled about having how to control prairie dogs, and I agree 100%. There is no, in my opinion, effective way to control them, so that we live with them, and we try to manage our ranch with them as a small partner. And just the opportunity to be involved with the Black-footed Ferret program is exciting potential for us.
Terrific. So can I ask a question? Sir, thank you for that comment. How do you, when you said we manage around them? I mean, in a former world where I was county commissioner, we constantly heard from ranchers about the difficulty of coexisting with prairie dogs and cattle. And how do you manage that?
Well, we've tried different methods, whether it be the gas or the bait, and we just try to rotate our grazing programs around so that that the grass is available near the prairie dog towns for the natural predators. And some of the areas are along county roads, and that seems to slow them down a little bit, but we try to limit the impact on our cattle as much as possible. But unless the plague comes through and they're just part of our business, part of everyday life.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Commissioner Clark. So a couple of questions, and I apologize if I have read the materials, I'm hearing these things now, but there are a couple of gaps that I want to make sure that I'm fully understanding. First is, kind of, what is it known why the Black-footed ferret was thought to be extinct before? Kind of what led to the degradation of the population?
Yeah, and it is mostly known. So Black-footed ferrets live in the prairie dog burrows, and they also rely on prairie dogs as food. So as we lost prairie dogs, both with human removal of prairie dogs in certain areas, as well as the introduction of plague into North America. It's not a native disease here. And when it hits prairie dog colonies, it can wipe out 90+%. And both of those issues led to a decrease in the amount of habitat really available to the ferrets. So as we lost the prairie dog colonies, they didn't have any place to live. And as we lost the prairie dogs themselves, they didn't have anything to eat. And so that led to the decline across the range of the ferrets.
So how did then the prairie dogs, though, have proliferated?
And part of it is, and I didn't get into these details, a ferret, a female ferret, we always in wildlife management work with the females usually, and the female ferret needs about 35 acres of black-tailed prairie dogs to raise her young. And so when we're doing a ferret release, we're looking for large groups of prairie dog colonies, and typically at least 1,500, and we prefer up in the 10,000 acres sort of thing. And so the prairie dogs have survived, but they've survived in smaller pockets in a lot of cases. And that didn't allow for the ferrets to continue to survive on those acres because there just wasn't enough prairie dog acres within ferret dispersal distances that you could maintain functioning ferret population.
So my one other question then is about, you mentioned predation, and here we're talking about plague and other, are there natural animal predators to the ferrets? So in reintroducing ferrets, are we potentially reintroducing some other wildlife to these areas?
In putting the ferrets out on the landscape, yes, there are predators. Again, they're about the size, they're about this big. So anything bigger than that, a fox, a coyote, owls, eagles. There's actually an image online of a bald eagle at the Rocky Mountain National carrying off a ferret, which, the birders say yay. And so there are a lot of predators on ferrets as well. And there are a number of other diseases we talked about. Canine distemper is one. But there's a lot of things we have to do to kind of manage ferret release sites to give the ferrets the best opportunity. One of the things that we try really hard not to do is put up like raptor nest poles or raptor roosting in the area around a ferret release site, just so we're not bringing in additional predators.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
What's the total population in the state now?
Because ferrets are nocturnal and they're solitary, they're very hard to survey. We have released over 550 in the state since 2013. But the numbers that are actually still out there is really hard to say. It's probably in the 100, 150 range. And we have had natural reproduction at the Arsenal, at Soapstone, at one of the Holly sites, the Liberty site before it plagued out. And then we believe we've had natural reproduction at the Walker sites.
Can you explain?
Ongoing issue.
Yes, sir. Yes. And there are repeated releases at a particular site for several years. Is that right?
Yes, what we typically plan on when we're starting a new release site is we put out 20 to 30, depending on the number of acres of prairie dogs at the site. And we do that for at least 3 years, depending on how the prairie dogs are reacting as well as how the ferrets are doing. And ferret release sites, I will say one last thing, ferret release sites are very fun. Ferret releases are very fun. And we are always open to having more people come join us. So,
Yeah. How did we know about that?
We'll let you know.
We're counting on that when you get it.
I won't forget.
First time we had a ferret release on state and land board land.
Well, several of the other projects, at least two, have been ferrets released on private land right
Next door.
Yeah.
In fact, I participated in these last fall.
This is a random question, but why did we not want them released directly on our land? Answer for me.
Yes. If you ask.
I suggested we not. There are multiple efforts to reintroduce endangered threatened species across the state. And to date, we've not been asked, but we haven't allowed that. And I thought it would probably be a bigger discussion about a general position that you might want to take. And this was urgent and needed to be brought to within 5 days. We found out we needed to. So I thought it precluded the broader discussion, suggested that we could split the difference and still support the project if we allow them to be released next to us, but not on us.
10 feet away, but not.
I was for 12.
Okay.
I'm following.
Thank you. Nick, are you able to bring up the board order resolution or? You'll have to. I don't know if you need to have it. It's in the packets as well.
So we're looking for a motion.
We will indeed. Do you have it in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. We need a motion.
I move to approve the agricultural lease rider related to the black-footed ferret reintroduction, AG 102151, as presented in our packets.
We have a motion, Commissioner Clark, a second.
Second.
Second, Commissioner Heath. Call a vote. Commissioner Heath. Aye. Commissioner Chavez.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
Commissioner Fro.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes, that motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Appreciate your time with us.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Thatcher. All right.
Thank you very much.
Lunch. Are we ready? Okay. Lunch?
Yeah.
I'm hearing lunch.
Lindsay, you good?
Why don't we say 12? So if we're back, Nick, just say when.
1 second. Come on.
There's enough salad for all of us. One of these. Hard to control.
Commissioners, I think we're ready to go.
All right, so.
All right, we're back, guys. Okay, thanks, everyone. We are going to continue forward with a working lunch. Our lunch eating over here. We want to hear from Lindsay in our continuing conversation with stewardship trust review and placement questions and presentation. I was looking forward to hearing from you, Lindsay. So with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, hopefully you will not have to work very hard during your lunch on this one. Nothing that we are going to talk about today should be new information to you. So for the record, I'm Lindsay Brandt. I'm the Stewardship Trust Manager. And for the last several months, I've been telling you that change is coming to the Stewardship Trust. And today I want to tell you that change has arrived at the Stewardship Trust. So if you remember, the board has directed staff to proceed with the disposal of two properties, the Bohart Ranch and the Lahara property. Both of these properties contain land designated in the Stewardship Trust together to the tune of about 72,000 acres, which is about 25% of the entire Stewardship Trust program. And on our state map here, you can see the blue surface land represents, or the blue color represents state trust surface land, and this gold color represents what is designated into the Stewardship Trust. Here's the Bohart Ranch in El Paso County and Lahara down here in Conejos County. So just to briefly revisit the timeline we've been on since last fall. In November, I did present to you an approach for identifying land to or properties to replace what we may remove from the Stewardship Trust. And last month, I did present my preliminary recommendation of properties to designate. Since then, we have been working to kind of whittle that down a little bit. And today I'm going to ask you to vote on the removal of Bohart and Lahara and the designation of the replacement. I do just want to touch on the two properties that we're removing briefly. The first of these, the Bohart Ranch. You've heard a lot about this property and the REPI process from Matt and me and others. It is over 42,000 acres. And about 90% of that is in the Stewardship Trust. The part that's not is up there around the Bullseye Landing Strip that we all visited. But this was designated into the Stewardship Trust in kind of three big chunks between 1998 and 2001. So it's a early Stewardship Trust property. It's actually our largest Stewardship Trust property. It's also probably the biggest piece of kind of sand sage prairie that's kind of held in one big piece with the Chico Basin Ranch to the south. And it is a host to a variety of rare plants and wildlife habitat. It's leased, as we talked about earlier, by the Nature Conservancy and Tanner family, and they graze the property and also do some private hunting on it. We also have a couple of utility rights of way on this property. The Lahara property, similarly, about 63% of this property is designated into the Stewardship Trust. So it's almost 29,000 acres in the Stewardship Trust. And this was put in multiple pieces over about a 10-year period. This property has an extremely diverse landscape. We have canyon areas, high mountain meadows, forests, streams, and lakes. And it does have significant wildlife habitat, especially aquatic habitat for the Rio Grande cutthroat trout. Also terrestrial habitat for things like bighorn sheep, mule deer, and elk, as well as rare plants and plant communities. And part of this property actually is one of our state Colorado natural areas, which is also on BLM land. Some of you may recall Trout Unlimited was awarded our Partner of the Year award in 2021 for the restoration work they did along Jim Creek, which is shown here, to improve that cutthroat trout habitat. And Lahara is actually leased by 11 different grazing lessees. State Forest Service manages the timber on this property for us, and it is in the public access program for year-round fishing access. So last month I did recap the process I described to you in November, which kind of identified the evaluation criteria, how we're going to identify our replacement properties. I'm not going to go through that again, except just to remind you that our goal is to replace about 72,000 acres. And to say that, you know, we started our initial analysis at around 85 properties. We had whittled that down to 13 by the time I talked to you in February. And since then, we have received all of our comments from our lessees, local government, CPW, and we've processed that feedback and helped inform our decisions and really kind of brought it down to 6 properties that I'm going to recommend to you today. The other 7 properties aren't off the table forever. We might keep some of those in mind for the future, but we had to get down to pretty close to the number that we were removing. So we got to where we are now. So these 6 properties are, some of them are big, some of them are small. They're spread throughout the state. And I think they capture a diverse set of the natural values that we care about for the Stewardship Trust, from upland areas to aquatic habitats. And I did tell you about each of these last month, but I'm just going to briefly refresh you on the 6 that we are proposing for designation. And you also have these maps and descriptions in your packet in Exhibit 5. So starting up in Moffat County, we will look at the Nipple Rim property. And I apologize, my animation didn't work here, covered up my main photo, but this property is of a significant landscape scale. So it's 19,000 acres, fairly lightly developed, and it contains kind of a big bluff dropping down toward the Snake River that has some unique soil types that hosts a variety of rare plants, such as the ones you see here, Yampa beard tongue, Uinta Basin, Gilia, and debris milkvetch. The Little Snake River does run along the eastern edge of the property, which provides critical habitat for cutthroat trout. And the property also provides wildlife habitat for elk, mule deer, and greater sage grouse. It is leased for grazing as well. The next property is the Maybell property. And the Maybell property currently is about 9,600 acres already designated into the Stewardship Trust. We would be adding about 406 acres in 5 little pieces that I think were left out of the original designation. These are kind of adjacent pieces. So again, the Maybell is kind of landscape scale property. With this addition will be over 10,000 acres. And we did pick up some little areas along the Yampa River floodplain and bluffs in that important riparian habitat. And then the upland areas of Maybell contain sagebrush uplands that are used again by greater sage grouse, elk, and mule deer. And this property is leased for grazing and is also in DPW's public access. The third property is over here in Logan County on the northeast part of the state. This is a 320-acre property called Summit Springs or Summit Springs Raw. It's unique for its combination of short grass, mixed grass, and tall grass prairie types. And it's been really well taken care of by the lessee. It's in excellent condition. The reason we are interested in putting this in the Stewardship Trust is because the National Park Service is actually working on a National Historic Landmark designation for the Battle of Summit Springs, which includes this 320-acre parcel and adjacent fee land. I do want to note that we actually own about 5,400 acres in this area. So this is just a half section that's kind of adjacent to more land that we own, the State Land Board owns, but it's only this small part of state trust land that will be going as part of the National Historic Landmark. And the Battle of Summit Springs is said to be one of the last armed conflicts that occurred between the U.S. military and Native Americans in Colorado. There is a nearby monument to the Cheyenne chief Caldwell, who died in the battle along with many other Native Americans. Next, we are going to move down to Saguache County to the Little Lagarita Creek property. This is a 640-acre property, and it's just southwest of our much larger Vidal Creek property. This property contains riparian areas. It actually is has the confluence of 3 different creeks. So there's some rare riparian forest types here, wetlands. We have active beavers on the property. Again, habitat for Rio Grande cutthroat. And then the upland areas provide bighorn sheep migration corridor and winter range. Again, habitat for elk builder, and it's entirely surrounded by Forest Service land. This property is part of the public access program, and it is leased for grazing. Next, we will move to the Park and Fremont County line to the Badger Creek area. The Badger Creek area is about 30,000 acres, and it currently contains 4 smaller stewardship trust properties that have been designated over the years, totaling about 3,000 acres. So we're really taking this stewardship trust and increasing it tenfold here. So we're looking at, again, a landscape scale significance property. The Badger Creek area is leased for both grazing and recreation. It's in the parts of it are in the public access program, and then parts of it are leased for private hunting and horseback riding. And the State Forest Service does manage the timber for us. This property contains both montane grasslands, forested areas, and riparian areas. It also has several rare plants, such as the Fendler's Wisconsin daisy, the Colorado tan, and the aster. Additionally, this is an area of collaborative partnership between the land board, its lessees, private landowners, and other agencies through an organization called the Badger Creek Partnership. This partnership is working to improve habitat throughout this area, throughout the Badger Creek drainage, primarily through wet meadow and riparian restoration, but also through effective grazing management. And you can see in this photo where parts of Badger Creek have been impacted by kind of historic land uses. You have a narrow channel, a very disconnected floodplain, as opposed to an area where they have done a restoration project, same drainage about a mile away, where they've used a variety of tools to really slow the flow of water down, especially during flood events. And this allows the water to infiltrate into the soil and create these lush green wet meadows that provide more grass for cattle and also better habitat for wildlife. Slowing the water down also helps to increase the size of the wetland areas and minimize erosion and actually have sediment drop out of the water. So it does improve water quality. And last but not least, we're going to go down to Las Animas County to the Chancellor Ranch. The entire Chancellor Ranch is about 54,000 acres, and about 2,700 acres are currently designated into the Stewardship Trust. At this time, I'm recommending we designate an additional 21,000 acres or so. So we'd be increasing this designation by about 8 times. Since the Stewardship Trust is size limited, we didn't want to eat up too many acres by designating the entire ranch, but we selected areas, mostly the canyon lands and some of the upland grassland areas, to try to capture kind of the greatest diversity that we could on the ranch, as well as capturing some of the cultural and paleontological sites that you've seen. I did include a map here. It's also in your packet, just so you can see the green areas are what we're recommending to designate, and the orangey areas are what is already designated. These canyon lands do have rare plants, as many priority species for CPW, again, including bighorn sheep, swift fox, and a variety of reptiles and amphibians. Chappaqua Cattle Company was also our 2020 lessee of the year for their outstanding partnership in this area. And again, the property does have many cultural resources, both historic, prehistoric, as well as some paleontological resources such as fossils. So just to sum up, we would be removing two large landscape scale properties, and we would be adding to or creating 4 properties of landscape scale, plus adding in 2 smaller properties that contain unique natural values. So with the removal and the designation, we would be increasing the size of the stewardship trust by about 30 acres, which would keep it well under our limit of 300,000 acres. And I'm happy to answer any questions for you before I make a recommendation. Or after.
I have, sorry, one small question. In the public comments that we have, there's a letter from the Gallegoses.
Yes.
And they reference not being pleased to hear that they're being removed from, that their land's being removed, but I don't know which one it is. Is that for Lahara?
That's for Lahara.
Okay, so
Yes.
yeah, I was like looking back at the table and trying to connect the dots, but just
Yes.
wanted to confirm.
Yes.
And then, yeah, what is follow-up communication
So-
with them?
Courtney Hurst, our district manager, is working with all of the lessees in that area. Because, you know, as you know, taking it out of stewardship trust is just kind of part one of this larger disposal process. And so she has been meeting with those lessees. I don't know, I checked in with her, but we weren't able to connect for this meeting, but you know, she is working with all of those lessees to kind of keep them abreast of what's going on. So I think, you know, they are expressing their disappointment, but because it's not going to be in the stewardship trust anymore, doesn't really change anything in terms of their lease, you know, down the road there could be some changes.
Thank you.
I'll just go ahead and make a recommendation.
Public comment.
Well, sorry. Settle down. So staff does recommend that the board vote to remove the Bohart Ranch and Lahara totaling 72,165 acres from the stewardship trust and immediately designate Nipple Rim, the Maybell adjacent, the Badger Creek area, the Little Lagarita Creek property, Summit Springs Draw, and portions of the Chancellor Ranch into the stewardship trust totaling 72,195. And I have the board order here for your convenience.
Any further discussion with commissioners? Well, we do want to do public comment, which we sort of did kind of breeze by with hearing from Mr. Thatcher last time.
Members of the public listening along, if you'd like to address the board on this agenda item, please use the raise hand feature on your Zoom viewer, and we'll bring you to the floor so that you can speak with the commissioners. And I'm just dragging my feet a little bit because I know we had at least one person register for comment. But I think that person may have dropped off.
I have one question. This is Commissioner Cox. Did your selection process take into account the power pathway? I know none of those are on in that area.
It didn't because they just, if they had overlap, we would have looked at that. We did have some feedback from CPW kind of late in the game saying, oh, here's like 40 properties we'd love you to designate for Lesser Prairie Chicken.
Yeah.
And I said, you know, we very much care about Lesser Prairie Chicken. We have a stewardship trust action plan for Lesser Prairie Chicken. I am not going to put in 45 individual 640s during this replacement. So we're happy to talk with you. And Mindy is talking with some organizations about doing some ecosystem services leases in that area. So there's kind of a whole other thing going on with that, but it didn't, we didn't run into the power pathway for any of these properties.
Okay, members of the public, last call. Commissioner, no raised hands.
Okay, now we can ask for a motion, and we do have a board order in front of us.
Commissioner Probe, I move that the board approve board order for stewardship trust removal and replacement designations as presented by Lindsay Brand and described more thoroughly in our board packet.
Second.
Terrific. Motion from Commissioner Probe, second, Commissioner Clark, we'll call a vote. Commissioner Heath.
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Aye.
Commissioner Probe. Aye. And the chair votes yes, that motion passes 5-0. And I just want to acknowledge the thorough, hard work, thoughtful process that you engaged in with us, Lindsay. So it's very much appreciated.
Thank you very much. It was a lot of fun too, when we can say, okay, pick any properties.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's been good. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are down to, of course, sir. Yep. No, Matt. Right? Trust buildings. See. You were just jumping around.
You say settle down.
Settle down.
Afternoon, Commissioners, Matt LaFontaine, Acquisition Disposition Manager. I have in front of you today, the Internal Improvements Trust Buildings Disposal. This is the only asset that is held in the Internal Improvements Trust. The beneficiary of that particular trust is Parks. So unique to our commercial holdings. And here's a picture of one of the two buildings. You'll see this on the overview, but there are actually two buildings, one of which is wholly owned by the board, owned by the trusts. And the second one is condominiumized and 49% interest is owned by the trust. And so really, this is an opportunity to complete an investment cycle. We bring a lot of acquisitions to the board, but sometimes we don't talk in as much detail on the exit strategy that's involved. So this is in staff's opinion, an appropriate opportunity for the board to pursue a disposal of this asset. It was first purchased in 2010 and an initial 5-year hold was underwritten. The property has performed well over the hold and the board didn't ultimately attempt an initial disposition until 2017. Unfortunately, that one fell through and never actually ended up under contract. But fortunately, the economic terms that we're proposing the board set and move forward with today are superior and will end up in an even better spot. The buildings are located in Larimer County and they aggregate just under 30,000 rentable square feet. Here's a kind of a regional overview chip map. You can see Loveland here, and you can see Berthoud down here. This property is essentially equidistant between the two and is located along Highway 287 up here called Loveland, Lincoln Avenue, excuse me. And zooming in a bit further, you can see in this red outline what is the Loveland Tech Center Business Park. There are 3 buildings. The one that is wholly owned by the trust is down here on the south end and it's in red. The one that is partially owned, a 49% interest, is this one that's depicted in green, and it's the south half essentially of that building. There are in this PUD 6 pad sites. As you can see, only 3 have been developed. Year of construction is approximately 2000, so they haven't been developed to date, and there's no indication that they'll be developed in the near or immediate future. As I mentioned, this building, what's called Building A, is condominiumized, so it's part of a vertical association. But there's also a association that controls the entire business park. So there's 2 associations that are in play for this building and the single horizontal association that affects the lower one, the southern building. The buildings are what we call flex warehouse. So it's a kind of a versatile product type. They are generally single-story, high clear height warehouse spaces that can be configured depending on the needs of the tenants. Sometimes tenants will need more of an office build out, which you can see here an example of inside the property, or more of just warehouse space. There are, this is the back of one of the buildings, and you can see there's a handful of roll-up doors. So it's just really versatile space in general. So some considerations with respect to these properties, while they have experienced significant and good leasing activity throughout our hold in general. As of late, we've experienced declining occupancy. And barring any interim leasing, the properties will be only 37% occupied as of the end of the summer. So that brings with it either through the board or a subsequent owner, the requirement for leasing costs to reposition, release, and stabilize the asset. Those will take the form of tenant improvements, which, as you can imagine, are a little higher on the office side, but there are allowances given even on the warehouse side, as well as leasing commissions. I mentioned this is the sole commercial asset within the Internal Improvements Trust, and from a management perspective, there just really aren't any synergies or economies of scale that we like those that we experience with the rest of the commercial properties. So you're looking at a distinct set of books, different accounts, bank accounts specifically, different management agreements with property managers and vendors and so forth. So as a consideration. And then I mentioned, I discussed with the board in executive session details surrounding a kickoff offer that the board currently has in hand. All disposals, including commercial property, are subject to public notice and bid solicitations. But it always increases the likelihood of a successful disposition if we go into it with a bona fide offering. So really, in staff's opinion, the board has three options in terms of this asset: a disposal as is, which is staff's recommendation ultimately. Board could seek to stabilize and then dispose of the asset. This would require incurring those re-tenanting costs. There's also certain risks associated with it, but ultimately staff doesn't believe that the reward of doing so would be commensurate with the potential risks. And lastly, the board could stabilize and hold the asset. In our recommendation formulation, I think it's important to consider that if we were to successfully dispose of this property at the minimum bid, net of commissions, the board would have achieved a 9.3% annualized return in terms of an IRR. We have seen the impacts of certain market softening trends over the last probably 2 to 3 years. Most recently in terms of increasing interest rates and what that has done to some of the pricing. Selling now, disposing of the property now would de-risk further pricing pressure in the future. I talked about the leasing costs, but there's also just general leasing risk if the board determines that it should either stabilize or continue to hold the property. And what I mean by this is we'll only incur those costs to re-tenant if we actually have a tenant on the hook. One of our vacant spaces has been vacant for approximately 12 months at this point. And so disposing of the property would mitigate that risk. And lastly, a disposal would close out the Internal Improvements Trust commercial portfolio to the extent that we could call it that with a single asset. And so with that, staff recommends that the board approve the disposal of the IIT buildings via public notice and bid solicitation and establish a minimum bid of $4.55 million.
Mr. Commissioner Chavez, because it's part of a different trust, what can we do with that money if it sells?
So those funds are treated as a non-simultaneous exchange in the same manner as funds from the school's trust, for example. So there would be a 2-year window in which those could be redeployed into another asset.
For that trust.
Do you want to? Is it premature to mention?
It might be a little.
Okay. At the end of the day, it would be something that would benefit Parks Trust in the same manner and achieve those fiduciary goals.
Can I ask a related question? I should have asked you this before, but if we did want to hold and re-tenant it, where would the dollars come? Because we can't use, we can only use I and D or school trust assets.
Right, so leasing costs come out of the portfolio's cash account. So it would be a set aside from rents received here in general. At the broader commercial portfolio level, that's not as problematic because there are multiple assets that help smooth that across the portfolio. But here would come directly out of the IIT, what would otherwise be IIT trust distributions, and therefore cause some volatility with that distribution flow.
Is there no cash to actually undertake a tenant stabilization?
It could be done. I don't know the balance of that at the moment, but one strategy is to do it incrementally over time.
So I take that to be like option number 2 is not a real option.
Certainly, and to be clear, staff's recommendation is 100% that the board approve and disposal as is.
You did your duty though.
But thank you for clarifying that, because I think that's important to. Yes, these things are listed, but it's that. So a question out of curiosity, because this does feel like kind of an anomalous property for us, just curious as to kind of, and we haven't had it for all of that long. So curious as to kind of the why why do we have this? Why did we purchase this?
So
we did at the time.
We acquired it in 2010, so I would say that the board has held it for a significant amount of time. And at the time, the investment objective was to identify an asset that would produce stable income, which it did over time.
So this was something that we actively went to look for. It's not something that was brought to.
Correct. And at the time, the board, and this predates me by quite a bit, but having looked through some previous materials, the board considered this in addition to at least one other property at the time, and decided to go forward with this investment.
Okay.
That kind of raises for me a question about what other properties we have like this.
Yeah.
So this is the only property in the internal improvements trust.
No, I mean, and just
Other
other, yeah.
And
Trust we trip.
And then I have a follow-up question.
next month, there's going to be information provided to the board in general on the real estate portfolio. And we can certainly provide more information. There have been a number of just unique and individual assets that maybe at one time met the portfolio objectives, but now might be considered non-strategic.
Commissioner, as you might recall that we sold the Ken Carroll Business Center a year and a half ago or so. I would categorize that as sort of an oddball asset that didn't. The bulk of the portfolio is this core office building that seemed to have a theme and a strategy to it, but we've definitely had some cats and dogs over the years, and I think we've managed to find our way out of them. I can't tell you why we got them all. Many of them predated me, but that would be another example of sort of an unusual asset that we've disposed of.
I had a follow-up to that, which was when we do have these types of properties dealing with the commercial leasing, and is that happening from staff? Do we have brokers?
Sure, we utilize brokers.
Okay.
Yes, I think to add to the conversation, my understanding's been too, that the constraints on redeploying capital in the sort of unexpected ways that the state land board gets capital to reinvest significantly constrains, in my view anyway, a strategic approach to larger, sort of more institutional or strategic assets, sort of like some of the ones we might have had. And so when money comes in, sometimes it's small enough and you need to deploy it, and you have certain choices at the time. So I guess my question is, or statement or something for consideration is, we're about ready to receive a fair amount of money over a couple of years. And I don't know if the constraints have changed from before, but
now might be a great time to be thinking about how to acquire maybe more strategic assets than the cats and dogs.
Part of what we're gonna share with you next month, before or after, I can't remember, is an updated real estate business program plan. And it would be really helpful to get your input on that. I don't know if you, for instance, you just raised, perhaps we haven't been very specific about that, it should be, so. We're trying to create the roadmap for the next 5 years.
Commissioner Shrub, I would add to that over the last 5 to 7 years, the permanent fund has not been an attractive alternative investment. It was buying government bonds that were cheap. Now with, the 2-year bond hit 5 yesterday. That might be a more attractive alternative than buying commercial real estate, but for a number of years, when we were getting in slugs of money because things were selling, we could buy yield by buying commercial properties, whereas we weren't able to buy yield in the permanent fund. Now those dynamics may be shifting, and so I think the two conversations we had first about real estate and now about the permanent fund and how you handle asset allocation across that whole trust and think that is one big pie. I think the dynamics of the markets are changing enough now that we ought to revisit that whole discussion.
Any other questions, comments from commissioners? Very interesting. This is the last one of this ilk. Were there other properties in this specific
We call
trust?
them market sectors or categories, not ilks.
Ilks. It's an ilk.
If there were any ever.
I was just curious.
Internal
This
improvement.
was used, this was used much.
Yeah, I can shed some light.
For that.
This is Christopher Smith, Real Estate Section Manager. So at the time we purchased this, it was the Division of Wildlife and Colorado State Parks. There were two separate agencies. Parks was having budget problems, which is why they ultimately were merged together.
Helps.
And we typically consult with our beneficiaries, well, not typically, on these trusts, like the Internal Improvements Trust, we would consult with Colorado Parks. And they had, I don't know, 3.5 million or so that they said, please buy us an income producing asset. So we looked at 4 different assets. We brought them to the board in October of 2009. And this was actually not one that we would recommend. Board like this one. So,
Okay, that makes some sense. It's like we have the prison trust.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
Just a comment to that is, it actually has performed fairly well. I mean, at 9% return, it's not a bad return for what it is over the.
and being a, flex industrial triple net asset, it worked well for that trust because we didn't have a whole lot of money to put into tenant improvements, things like that.
Very good. Okay, thank you. Interesting story. All right, if there's no other comment, we will open it up for public comment. Of anyone either in the room or online.
Folks online, use that raise hand feature. I'm not seeing any hands, Commissioner.
Shocking. Okay, so let's have a motion. Anyone?
I move we approve the disposal of the Internal Improvements Trust buildings as described in our board package.
Commissioner Chavez, do we have a second? Second.
Do you want a minimum?
Yeah.
Well, it's as that's what presented.
I think that's what he was trying to catch is the board, the draft board, the draft motion. It does. There's one, we're all just clarifying that what you're doing is moving the draft.
Yes, that's correct. I am.
That's what I heard as well. All right, and second, Commissioner Clark will have a vote, Commissioner Heath.
Either one. For your vote.
This is the actual vote.
Pardon me, I thought you were looking for the second.
Yeah, I
still.
moved right along. Commissioner Chavez.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Aye.
Commissioner Fro. Yes. Chair votes yes, that motion passes 5-0. Thanks for the history lesson as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
And we are back to Assistant Director Greg Okish to talk stewardship instead of these practices.
Nope.
No.
Steve, please amend it.
Oh, I'm on the wrong page. You've been in front of us so many times. Yeah. Well, I know you wanted to talk about this earlier, so now we will.
Well, good afternoon, Commissioners. Greg Okish, Assistant Director. And if he's been able to stay with us, I'm joined on the phone by John Pritchell, who you may all remember is the District Forester up in the Northwest part of the state. He represented the Colorado State Forest Service as a year. In December, and I think this is a great example of why they were our partner of the year. Also on this one, I'm offering prizes for the person who finds the most errors in the PowerPoint. The ink is still wet because it was pointed out to me sometime yesterday that I hadn't prepared a PowerPoint deck. So here we go. Now I have one. Let's see. So I think that the end result of the proposal and staff recommendation is that we will find this will support research and education on the Colorado State Forest. And those are activities that already happen there, but probably it's actually certainly not at the level they could with the right facilities. And this proposal is about the right facilities in place. State Forest is up in the very northern part of the state. And this is, let's see, colors aren't very good. This dark green area is the state forest. You all have seen a lot of the very south end. This is Highway 14 that comes up to Poudre Canyon, comes through the state forest and ends up in Walden over here. And the property we're talking about is right down here. So it's this little 80, in a sense, it's this 80-acre part of the forest. This is Colorado Highway 14 right here. And I think you may remember the history here. We had leased this separately to a private logger, an individual who built a cabin, small house on the property. He passed away several years ago. We rolled the land and the improvements into the state forest lease. And they've been investing time and money into improving those and actually have been quite successful in using it for some of their staff housing, some small meetings, and at this point, letting researchers camp in tents around the cabin when they're up there in the summer.
Sorry to interrupt, but I think it would be helpful to clarify. I was confused by this. The State Land Board has a lease with the Colorado State Forest
Service
for 80 acres, but on the rest of it, it's a contract agreement for management of our Colorado State Forest.
Yes.
So there's one lease for 80 acres.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
rest
No,
is the
the 80
management.
acres was rolled into the master lease.
So we're leasing the Colorado State Forest to.
They are this slide will, I think, answer your questions. So starting in 1986, the State Land Board has contracted with, I'm going to use the term lease, it's actually an interagency agreement with the Colorado State Forest Service to manage all forested state trust land, which is about 300,000 acres plus or minus. Those leases have been written in 10-year terms. So there's just been a renewal of the lease every 10 years. The lease, the agreement is that they manage these forest resources to reestablish natural forest conditions, reduce threat of wildfire, promote healthy forests, protect and restore watersheds. Included in that master lease is the management of the Colorado State Forest. So yes, to your question, yes, they are responsible for all of the timber management and forest health management on the state forest, which includes the 80-acre parcel that for a period of time had been broken out. Now it's included.
So it's in this master agreement.
Correct. Did I answer your question?
Yes, it was just confusing in the write-up. What was a lease and what was a management agreement?
So the PowerPoint is good, but the memo was bad.
I was
So
going to
far.
work that out later.
So,
Yes.
Is this property we visited?
Yes.
yes.
Is Christina We're there too.
Okay. So the opportunity, the Forest Service and the college, CSU, has been approached by a donor who is considering a very generous gift, a portion of which would go to Colorado State Forest Service. And they would like to continue the training and education and research activities by improving what the vision for the Michigan River camp, if you will, which would be associated with that building cabin home you saw. They would continue to improve the existing cabin. They'd add some new cabins and huts so that people aren't camping in tents. There'd be meeting space, some small classrooms and a dining facility. And a portion of that would be funded with this proposed donor gift. They would also be securing funds from others. The dilemma is that our current agreement with them says that if we allow them to put any improvements on the lands they're managing for us, at the end of the release, those authorized improvements will either be removed or become our property. And that's a concern. The donors raised the point. It says, what if I donate these funds and you spend $1 million and 2 years later the lease is canceled? I've just given a gift to the state land board. That was not my intent. This was intended to be for the benefit of the Forest Service. So there's a fairly simple solution, we think, and it's defining, we have this term authorized improvements in our leases. I think we can work through this by simply saying, first of all, they have to submit plans to us. We have to approve them. That's what makes it an authorized improvement under the lease. We would require that any authorized improvement meet all applicable building codes, so we could check us. We would say that upon lease termination, we would have the improvements appraised. And just like our ag leases, they would either be purchased by the successor lessee, which I have to emphasize is really unlikely. Again, they manage 300,000 acres of forested land for us, and they're a great partner, and I just can't imagine how we would do it differently. But it would give them certainty that they would be compensated. So if the successor lessee didn't acquire them, then we would acquire them. And then we'd also require that they maintain them in good order, repair, and safe condition. So we make sure that if in the off circumstance that we end up purchasing them back, they're in good condition, they've been built correctly, and that would essentially solve the problem. But it will encumber state trust land, and we wanted to bring this to you for approval if we're to make the lease modification. So with that, and if you have questions for John, he'd be happy to answer them. But staff is recommending that you direct us to essentially develop the right language to modify the current interagency agreement to allow them to do this with some certainty that they'll be repaid should the lease be canceled, and to give us assurances that they will build any improvements for the codes and regulations.
Commissioner Chavez, the 80-acre parcel, is that part of our land or is that somebody else?
No, the 80 acres is state trust land.
Yes, okay.
We leased it for years to a private individual. Separate from the state forest. I don't know how that came about, but when that individual passed away several years ago, we rewrote the boundaries to the state forest lease to include it.
That was confusing.
This is really not germane to the decision perhaps, but why is it labeled and operated as a state park as well as a state forest for the management of a resource? And
it's a good question. So we got this property under unusual circumstances in the 30s. It was a trade with the feds, and we traded many of the inholdings in the federal forests that we've gotten when we get every section 60 and 36 for this forest. This was a federal forest. The enabling legislation required that it be managed for the benefit of forestry in the long term. So it was originally the state forest. In the 60s, the Department of Wildlife became very interested in it as a potential state park. And we ended up doing incrementally an agreement with them that became a lease. So it is now the Colorado State Forest State Park. And we have 3 leases on it, 3 categories of leases on it. One for forestry management, one for recreation management, public access that CPW runs. And then there's grazing leases. So it's managed for those three uses. Thank you.
At the risk of confusing things, you might also add that is the only asset that has multiple beneficiaries. The revenues from this support parks,
It divvied up and
the county.
the county.
There's 5 total beneficiaries, and again, it's
Our county gets a tiny piece, Jackson County gets a piece, we get. Schools Trust gets some. And
Parks Trust
It's
gets some. It's the only asset we have like that. Again, kind of a creature of statute from way back when.
Interesting. Any other questions or comments for Greg
Or John.
or John? I don't see any. I know you had a board order there. We'll open it up to public comment.
Did you want to solicit any comment from John specifically? I missed it.
John,
If he,
He's on. Just-
yeah, oh, I see him.
there he is.
No, I think he's just here to answer questions.
Okay. Members of the public, if you'd like to address the board on this item, use the raise hand feature. And I'll wait for a count of 10. Everybody counting in their head. Commissioner, no hands raised.
Thank you. Okay. We do have a board order in front of us. If someone would like to make a motion.
I move the board, I move that we approve the board order for the amendment to the Colorado State Forest Service lease as detailed in our board.
Thank you. Motion, Commissioner Probe, is there a second?
Commissioner Chavez, second.
Commissioner Chavez, second. We'll call a vote. Commissioner. Commissioner Chavez.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Aye.
Commissioner Probe.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Greg, I hate to see you leave. It's been a good day with you.
No, it's supposed to come.
We could just go back to that leasing thing again. Okay, we will move on. We are down to an IND fund request.
And Wilbur Strickert is joining us remotely.
Sam, okay.
Okay, commissioners, are you seeing my screen?
We are. Good afternoon. Robert. Glad to have you join.
Yes, good afternoon to you guys as well. Today we have a investment and development fund request for Ag Lease 114332 and irrigation pivots. And oh, I forgot to tell you, my name is Wilbur Strickert, Northeast District Manager. So this particular property is located in Yuma County, and as you can tell, it's just about into Nebraska. It's right here. The town of Laird sits approximately right here, and then the town of Ray is just a little ways right here. And I think some of you board members may have actually went to this property on a board tour a few years ago. This is a map of what the lease looks like. These pivots here that are in blue, this one here, 5.6, 5.9, and 5.10 are the pivots that we are talking about today. I do want to point out to the board that this is our largest irrigation lease that the State Land Board owns. And there was some work that was approved by the board several years ago, and they replaced new pivots. And I believe it was about 2013 is when these were done. And they replaced pivot 5.5, 5.4, and 5.8 right here. So as we're looking at pivots, these 3 pivots are anywhere from 40 to 50 years old. The best we can tell, they were in place when we purchased the farm. But by the serial numbers, Alex helped me come up with that. We're pretty sure they're about 40 to 50 years old. Typically, the useful life of a pivot is somewhere around 30 years. things just kind of wear out on them. For as many hours as these things run out there in the field, they just kind of wear out after about 30 years. As you can tell, these have lasted very well because they're well past that 30 years. The repairs that we're proposing to the board today, we think will extend the life approximately 10 years. There probably will be some other repairs and so forth that will come up that will have to be done, but we think this will give us about 10 more years of these if we do these repairs. The repairs that we're looking at today, the first one is to replace the control boxes. So on the picture on the left-hand side of the screen, or where my mouse is at, this control box is this little box right here. And this essentially, I like to call it, is pretty much the brain of the whole system of the pivot. This tells it to move, this tells it everything right here. And the new one on the right-hand side would kind of look like this blue box here. Be similar to this. That's the first repair. The second one would be to replace the pivot pad, which is this concrete part right here underneath this this pivot point. This is the only part that the pivot is secured to the ground with. They will bolt the pivot on this great big pad here. And so it would look similar on the right-hand side. This is actually one of the pivots that the board did in 2013 here. And this is what it would kind of look like. As you can tell, they just bolted this right to this concrete slab. And the third repair would be to replace the pivot point on just 5.9. This picture on the left-hand side of the screen is the picture of 5.9. And as you can tell, it has been repaired right here and right here. And as you can see, this leg on this side is even twisted. And this one's in the worst shape this pivot point is, to the point that it needs replaced before the whole machine just kind of walks away, I guess you could say. So, does that make sense to everybody on those three repairs?
Yes.
Okay. The fourth repair that we're looking at, and this is probably the major problem with the machines, is the replacement of the alignment system. And so what that is the left-hand side is a picture of what that looks like. This little box here is what controls the pivot to walk. Where the tires are at, it controls that span to walk forward and tells it when to stop. So that does that by this little rod here, goes out, and that's approximately a foot long, and it secures onto the next span, which is what this piece comes from here. And that next span attaches with this kind of red colored ring here. But as that moves, it moves this little sensor that is right here in the bottom of the box and twists it back and forth, and it tells it when to start and when to stop. On the right-hand side, this is similar to what we would be replacing it with. As you can tell, this rod that controls that movement is much, much longer. It's approximately 3 feet long. And it goes to a control right here in the bottom of the box that moves back and forth kind of the same way the old one does. And one of the other things I will point out is on the left-hand side here, the bottom of this box is a plastic, made out of plastic. Some of these are cracked and broke from just the sun and stress of the movement on it. These new ones on this one will be a metal bottom. And so that we should prevent that from happening in the future. Does that make sense to everybody on the alignment system?
Yes.
So when we were looking at the repairs of these pivots, we looked at two options that we had quality irrigation prices as. And we're really going to talk about the repair one today because that's what we're asking for. So with these three pivots, we're looking at 5.6. It's an 8-span system. And so the cost to repair these would be around $21,000. 5.9 is a 7-span. Approximately $28,000, and 5.10 is an 8-span and it's about $22,000. And so we threw in $7,000 here for just unforeseen expenses in case there's anything that arises, maybe bad wiring or something that we're not expecting on this. So we came up with a total of about $80,000 to repair these pivots. So staff is today is recommending that the board approve the use of $80,000 of I&D funds to repair these 3 pivots that are located in Yuma County. So are there any questions for me?
Commissioner Clark?
Yes, thank you, Wilbur. I understand that the recommendation is specifically related to repair, but I want to just dig into kind of the trade-off between that and replacement, just for broader context. Yes.
I told Wilbur I'd take this one.
Okay.
We don't have the money.
No, I recognize that as well.
So the trade-off in what sense then?
Yeah, so let me ask it. Yeah, because I saw that it's limited to 250, all of those things. So completely understand that, but also knowing that these repairs kind of give us another, hopefully 10 years, which would then mean that these have essentially doubled their expected useful life. We were looking at kind of 30 years and they're already at 40 to 50, and maybe that's taking it to 50 or 60. But I guess I'm curious about kind of these replacement costs here. Do we have any idea of kind of what the market for these has been? So that 10 years from now, and I know we can't guarantee what that price would be, but we think it'll be about this in terms of how much more might it cost for us to replace these in 10 years?
I don't know. Wilbur, that one's yours.
I'm not sure exactly how much more it would cost. The best example I can come up with for you was when we replaced pivots in 2013. I believe a similar size pivot to what we're looking at, that 125 acres, I think was costing us somewhere around like $65,000-$70,000. And now we're looking at, what was it, 122,000. So that's taken a pretty good jump. When I was visiting with Alex about this, he said that they're changing so fast in price right now that he can only guarantee a price for about 30 days because of the movement of price so much. So I don't really know what to tell you, but my thought is it's probably going to go up quite a bit in 10 years, I would imagine.
My other question then is, why is it that it has to be all repairs? Like, is there not an option to replace one and repair others? To like lock in a lower price now.
Wilbur?
If the board, Greg and I talked about this a little bit. If the board wanted to replace like one, and then we came back later to replace one, we could. The worst one is, I guess I'll kind of give you the order of them. So 5.6 is in the worst shape, and then it'd be 5.9, and then 5.10. But I just got to say is the repairs really got to get done. So if we replace one, we got to make sure we repair the other two, because and our lessee could probably vouch for this. That alignment system has failed us almost every year, and the pivot just keeps walking, and then it almost walks onto itself. So
yeah, definitely understand that something has to be happening right away, but yeah, just want to make sure.
I just had a quick thought too, and I don't know if it relates to pivots as much as all the other categories of ag technology, but one point in favor of, and I do support the recommendation for the repairs, is that in the next several years, particularly as it respects water management and scarcity of water, I would imagine that there will be, even ever more efficient and, lighter weighter, whatever, more efficient equipment, so that the next 10 years, in addition to price considerations, could provide some water efficiency considerations. And the question I had generally was, what is the potential threat of losing access to groundwater with that, is it the Kansas compact that affects the Colorado, the Republican River?
Yeah, Republican River.
Yeah, so is there that's an argument for not buying new pivots right now, is there a risk to our access to this groundwater for this farm from that compact?
And I defer to Wilbur.
I would say, yes, there is a risk. Emma might actually be able to answer this better than me, but I would say, yes, there is a risk because the compact hasn't been settled yet with the retired acres. The bigger risk would be if we were on the South Fork of the Republican River. That would be the higher risk area because they definitely have to close down more acres down there. But I would say there is somewhat of a risk of that these potentially could be closed down. The other thing that I want to say is that if these were closed down, the one thing about it is you do have a value in the improvement there. That pivot does still have a value even if these wells were closed down, that it could be sold to be hauled to another farm.
Justin, the Area Water Program Manager. So the risk, there's always a risk because Kansas is involved, is kind of the overarching thing. As Wilbur said, this particular farm is less of a risk because it's in a geographic location that Kansas hasn't painted a bullseye on yet, basically. And so we have, well, we won't go there. We are looking at other properties that are within the bullseye as to what we need to do with those, but this one's not.
Okay.
That makes any sense.
Yes, it does make a lot of sense.
And then the last thing, Wilbur, I think you told me, it's possible the alignment systems could be ported over to new infrastructure if in 10 years, if they haven't become obsolete. This may not be a totally sunk and lost cost. Is that right?
Yes. So yes, the alignment system could be converted right onto the new pivot. And then as the same as the pivot point on 5.9 could be put on the new system as well. So it's not a 100% loss per se if these repairs were done, because they can be harvested and moved over as long as it still pertains to that system. But like if you did it, like if we did these repairs this year and like in a year from now, or let's say 2 years, I would say that it's very, very likely that they would be able to just move everything right on over.
Wilbur, Commissioner Chavez. Has there ever, and I understand this land and lease, it's land board owned equipment, 100%, I would imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever tried to be creative and apply for an equip grant to replace these things? And then, with the lessee, we pay the difference. The lessees, if they pay for the pivot, they'll break even. But there's so much money floating around for irrigation improvements, repairs, that, this is a drop in the bucket for what equip has.
We have not pursued the equip application. We have not pursued that avenue.
Is that something we can do?
I think we could look at it. I don't know what the timing for that is.
Well, it's not going to help this project.
Yeah,
It has to
good
get done.
question. We absolutely.
Yeah. And equip wouldn't work for us, but the lessee it would, and then it would cover the difference and everybody's whole.
Thank you. So Greg, why don't you tell us why we don't have any money? And then how do we plan for and schedule, big kind of capital
Start. Well, actually, that's the name to finish. So what you will remember is of the $5 million of IND fund capacity we have every year, $1 million is set aside for repairing maintenance, is carved out. The other $4 million is accessible for a project like this if we can show a return on investment. In this case, and I'm going to let Nick explain why. Right now, the $1 million is what's pretty much fully encumbered. We've committed it to repair and replacement projects on a number of our large ranches. Unfortunately, in this case, there's really no argument to be made for a return on investment. This is the lease that you may remember we approved last year. So the lease is in place, the payments determined. It's not like we can say, hey, you know what, by doing this, we'll up their rent, or by doing this, we'll make more of the payments set for the next period of time. So it's not like we've exhausted idea, we've just already committed the $1 million that would be appropriate for this.
Yeah, well said. And I think the piece I might add is if we were adding new pivots to an existing piece of ground that would turn it from dry land to irrigated farming, easy to see the return because your lease rate is so much more on irrigated. We're pretty much locked in on lease rate in this case. So it's really just, it's an operational expense that gets absorbed by existing operations. Yeah, so and that measurement comes down to once a year reporting out to the legislature what kind of returns we expect to see or have seen on the funds invested.
And you can elaborate on this in terms of planning, to jump to the next part of the question. It's unusual, it's very unusual that we've what do you call it? The fund committed the funds. Some of it, and there was a lesson learned in there on the large ranches over the last few years, we've come in and asked for approval for like $500,000, thinking that those funds would be invested over a couple of years. It turns out it's taking us and our lessees
At least
5 years to invest those, but we've encumbered them. And so in the future, we would ask you for much smaller bites, which would allow us to have more flexibility, capacity remaining. We wouldn't be in this position now.
Do you keep kind of this big list as we anticipate these? We know in 10 years, this is gonna.
Not that far out.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, though, in terms, I get restricting the funds so that they're there and adding to it, but when you have big outlays of dollars needed.
No, I would say that's a good point, and I don't think I have not tried to look that far out, but we can finish on.
Yeah, I was just wondering how to manage it in a way that we can manage it. Okay, any other questions for Wilbur? Okay, we will have a board order to approve the funds, BIND fund request, and
I'm going to just check the public comment.
yeah.
Members of the public.
Y'all. Just give me a minute. Just give me a minute over here. I know, I went
Just making sure.
the agenda, it's like from then on, everybody's like concerned. But actually,
Wilbur, did you create the second?
it's a group of chairs, I understand.
Wilbur, did you create the second board order we talked about?
That one?
Oh, no. It's a whole bunch of chairs up here. Okay, so do we have any public comment?
Members of the public, if you'd like to make comments on this agenda item, please use the raised hand. I'm not seeing any raised hands.
All right, we do need a motion from.
I'm sorry, we need to fill in the blank because we were. Yeah, Wilbur, can you go back to the dollar slide?
Yeah, he had it.
Which board order we're gonna use?
First one. No, the second one is repair. Well, I guess that's up to you.
It's
The second one is to replace one and repair
79,000.
two. And the first one is to repair 3.
I think, okay.
You better.
Are we repairing
We
3?
want the amount of 70,000.
No. The amendment.
Yeah,
It's
the-
from their own.
I thought about the other, but not this one. But I mean,
So yeah, if you want to make that first motion. go ahead.
Okay, with
Unless we
this,
vote. I do.
you feel. That's okay.
Yeah, well, yeah, no. I really like the second option in that, because I was considering Commissioner Frobe's comment before, as well, in terms of, hopefully better technology, these other things. I like to kind of hedge those things. So I like kind of a hybrid approach in terms of, here's what we know now. Hopefully these other things will happen.
I
but
see,
kind
I'm
of,
following you.
yeah, to the extent that we don't know that. If we could lock in something now, and I get very concerned about kind of short-term decisions that have potentially harmful or more complicated, longer-term versus what we know we could address it.
My only concern with, is, and Wilbur would know certainly better than I would. I mean, planning season's like right around the corner, and I just don't see a,
Yeah,
and we
getting
can
one.
pivot. It's not gonna happen in that quick a time. And it's still needs to be repaired today,
Yeah.
so they can
Okay.
run all three. And I really believe we can make things work with USDA. There's so much money between them and EPA. We need to go after every dime. So we don't have to pay for it.
Commissioner, when I talked to Quality, they said that they could get those in time. It takes a month to get the pivot, and then it would take them a few weeks to install it. So they said it was very possible that they could install the pivot, no problem at all, is what they told me.
Thank you for being prepared with that
Yeah,
information.
no, but I am intrigued by pursuing this federal funding option, because anything that we can do to offset any amount of money, even the 79,000 is, for me, a fairly significant amount of money for us to be putting out.
Yeah.
I think we should look at that before we do anything.
Absolutely. Today we need to
Mhm.
do repairs.
And I agree, as water becomes more and more urgent, they are going to be pushing those funding towards water.
I guess technologies. One question that will be really with that particular funding source, and I don't know, maybe there are others. There are some that are limited to future costs and others that you can use for reimbursement. So I'm just curious, that would be.
No,
I know you don't know it now. I'm just saying that's something that would be.
I don't know where you end up. If you end up with pairing three, then we would start looking at access to NRCS dollars to perhaps replace them in a cost share model, starting next year or something.
Yeah.
With more time.
I'm supportive of that direction, that we go ahead and do the repairs because they're urgent. And see if we can find some additional funding, and then we can plan for that, especially since these might still be of some value.
Yep.
Even if
So
we're
is the
replacing them.
consensus that we want to go with the first board order?
Yes.
Yes,
I'm looking here.
and I think as long as there's some clarity around asking staff to investigate the other potential funding sources. Because these will not be the last pivots we deal with,
Yeah,
is
exactly.
what I'm guessing, because we now have had this come up a couple of times, and they're expensive.
All right. So I move that the board accept the recommendation within the board order regarding the investment and development fund requests on irrigation pivots in the amount of 79,000.
Well,
as shown in the packet.
He rounded to 80.
We rounded it to 80, that's right, okay.
Okay,
let's-
80,000, okay,
What happened to the?
yes,
So
in his first slide, yeah, okay.
That is the reason there's so little money. Greg's rounding errors.
Oh, dear.
Sorry, that was very facetious.
I think we're looking at 80,000.
Okay.
And we have a
that is how it
motion
is.
from Commissioner Heath, and is there a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Chavez. Let's call a vote. Commissioner Heath.
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
I'm voting no, just to underscore kind of wanting in the future to really dig into those potential hybrid opportunities.
So noted. Commissioner Probe.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes, that motion passes 4-0. Or 1. All right, there might be a little struggle going on. Maybe a little struggle. 24 hours ago, I was on a beach with a margarita, and, catching up, just catching up.
Oh, no, I was gonna say, you'd be back in there already.
I'd still be. Okay. 40. Okay, Andy. We're thrilled to come to your agenda item.
Andy Bissett, Transactions and Record Services Manager. We have the March 2023 board leasing agenda for your review and approval. And speaking of water, we have 6 total bids this month, 2 of which are water ditch share leases in Morgan County. And then there are additionally 2 agriculture and 2 recreation leases. Happy to answer any questions, and staff recommends approval of the March 2023 board leasing agenda.
Any questions for Andy? I am seeing.
I just have one, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
On the water ones, $1,000 per share. How much water does that on a typical year, or do you know?
Sure.
I know.
Yeah, so in terms of acre feet, I don't know off the top of my head, that ditch is rarely called out. During the summer, and so.
1 share per acre
I don't think it's even broken down per acreage, it's just,
1 share?
yeah, so we had held 4 shares. And 2 parties ended up splitting 4 shares, so.
If you could at some point, I'd be curious how many, that typical year, 1 share general, just so we know the value of
Right.
water. Please.
What is it now?
What is it being leased for right now,
And what is it?
in terms of sale or leasing?
I think she's saying this, yeah, well, what's $1,000 here?
Yeah, so, yeah, when it's leasing for $1,000 a share per year for 3 years, the sale of a Weldon Valley share, I don't know. I heard the other day that, Morgan Pruitt share, which is a little further down the river and isn't quite as good. For, I think it was 100,000 or 200,000 a share. We have 1 share of Morgan Pruitt, so.
All right. Any other questions? Okay, we will have our board order, but any public comment on the leasing agenda?
Anybody in the public want to make a comment on this? Please raise your hand. No raised hands, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. All right, if someone would like to make a motion.
I can do that. I move to approve the board leasing agenda for March 2023 as presented in our packet.
Motion, Commissioner Clark, is there a second? Second, Commissioner Heath. We'll call a vote. Commissioner Heath.
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Aye.
Commissioner Pro. Yes. And the chair votes yes, that passes 5-0. Thank you, Andy. Were there any comments or revisions to the minutes from the February board meeting? All right, seeing none, we'll pass those with by acclamation. And I just had a question about, were you going to talk about next April's meeting?
Yes.
Fabulous.
First, I'm gonna scroll to the right date, so.
Okay.
Next month, we're gonna start our travel. We'll have a warm-up travel with just a tour in the metro area of our office portfolio. We've got a number of office buildings that we want you to see. And we will also, the next day, talk about our commercial real estate business plan for the next 5 years. So Wednesday will be a tour. I think we've talked about that starting like going about 10 to 3 because that keeps us out of the traffic. And for those of you who are driving in, gives you some more time to come in the morning.
Yeah.
And then our board meeting the next day right now feels like it's similar length to this one. I think it's like a 1 o'clock end. Don't hold me to that, but that's what the agenda looks like right this minute. So 2-day meeting overnight here, but a later start on the tour day.
Okay.
And then what number of those what not the date?
12th and 13th.
12th and 13th.
12th and 13th. And then do you have a sense of how late we'll go into the afternoon?
On Thursday?
Either actually.
Well, on Wednesday, Chris, I think you've got this from 10 to 3, but it's subject to traffic, right? Because we're going to be everywhere from Louisville to the Tech Center.
Yeah.
And Golden.
So where would we start?
Well, we're going to start here with a presentation. Chris wants to give sort of an overview of how we got here. And sort of the history of those assets. So if we thought we'd start here, bless you. And then the meeting itself, to your question, right now looks like it goes to 1 or 2.
Okay.
We're still honing in on a
That's
couple
enough.
things.
That's enough of a in between. Okay. All right. Anything else? Any other questions?
So because this is kind of the heart of the legislative session, you're gonna get if there are changes in any of those proposals, do this.
Um,
On 1146 or.
yeah, it's possible I'll need to reach out to you in the interim too, frankly, yeah. Yeah, at some point. I'll keep a finger on the pulse and keep you all involved and up to date, because it's possible we need your support either on offense or defense, frankly. And yeah.
All right, very good. Appreciate
Thank
it,
you
everyone.
all.
Thank you.
I am very impressed with how we were able to catch up.
Yes, we're within 10 minutes.
Yes.
Works out every time.
Now we got everybody.
Yeah.